Good evening, good evening. What's up, y'all? Bat, what's going on? Ace, what's up, man? How you doing, brother? Good evening, everyone. Oh, you know what I just figured out? I have my old logo. You know, when you change a logo, you never know, like, if you hit all the places. And on the channel, there's like a watermark thing, and I just found out that the old logo is still set up on that. I have no idea where to change that at. Let's see here. Channel, YouTube channel, watermark. There it is. Okay. Customization. Video watermark. Change that. See, I don't know why it gives me a separate. I guess I understand that they want you to have options for it, but I feel like it should default to whatever your logo is. So there we go. Change and publish. Cool. That should do it. Yes. What's up, Tommy? Unknown Cadaver, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Cuban, what's up, brother? Tommy, how is it going? And Ace, this is what I mean. So, we have the different blades for the Praxic blade. Or, I'm sorry, the different crystals. Okay, so we have these dark... This is the Taking crystal from the Equilibrium dungeon. I have this unlocked. I have the red one unlocked. That is from Invasions inside of the Lawless Frontier activities. And then, but you'll see here, this dark matter crystal, this is the orange one. You can see at the bottom, it says there in red, not yet found. And then at the bottom, it says acquired through Lawless Frontier jobs on Mars. That is what I mean. So it's an RNG chance when you finish the activities to get them to drop. So I don't have this one. I also don't have the Indigo, which is from Europa, and I don't have Magenta, which is from Venus. No different effects. This is just cosmetic for these. The different effects, those come into play for these different pieces here. So you'll see, like, putting the impact core on or the different things. Yep. Trey, what's up, man? Twitch has a buggy verified chat thing. RDNK Warrior, what is up, brother? How you doing, man? All right, chat. I want to go. I've not played Prismatic Titan all season. I've not played like the entire season, and I'm missing just like raw consecration. Still yet to finish Fire and Ice. That stinks, man. Make sure, hey, this is the perfect time to plug. If you are not in our Discord, discord.gg/SaxPlaysGames. Everyone is welcome to go in there. When you get in there, go to the looking for group section, and we got a lot of people who are willing to help with a lot of different things inside of the game, including Fire and Ice. And sometimes I'll do exotic mission helps. This evening, I'm not doing that because I want to talk with you guys. We're going to get into that here in a few. But we will, I want to chat just about like the state of things. Since things have come out recently, we've not really talked. I've not really been online or discussed things with you guys. So I kind of wanted to do that tonight and see what your guys' thoughts were. Unknown, thank you, man. Yeah, we worked very hard on it, and so I have no issue. Shilling for it, if that makes sense. All right, armor slot, class armor, and then we're going to do rarity exotic. That should break that down here. So, okay, Inmost. I know a lot of people like using Inmost Syntheseps. I've not really played around with it too much. Sorry, I'm trying to get my fan adjusted. It was blowing straight in my eyes. We have Immos, Light, and Scars. I'm like such a basic bitch. I want to use Syntheseps, but I'm trying to find something else that can go with it. So let's see here. Syntheseps Eternal Warrior. Eternal Warrior says gain bonus weapon damage when your super ends. Spirit of Contact. Power melee damage causes lightning strikes. There are some things there that I've seen people, but that's in the same spot as Syntheseps, so we're not doing that one. This one right here is a good damage one. I think we sleep on it too much, but this Eternal Warrior and Star Eater. So if you were using Thunder Crash and then also using, let's say like a Queen Breaker meta, you would use that Eternal Warrior, or you'd use your Thunder Crash, and then after that super ends, you get the bonus weapon damage. And if the Stoicism Eternal Warrior is the same as normal Eternal Warrior, it would be like ×4 surges for that. So says, I know, but I like to stubbornly try to finish content solo on Legendary, something I've done for at least 7 years now. Hey, I respect it. I respect it. And we got nothing but time right now. So I think if you do that, I think that I think that's awesome. I think that's great to have aspirational stuff. So I don't knock it one bit. I understand exactly where you're coming from. I will say, I think Star Eater, Eternal Warrior is probably your best option here for like damage supers. I think that's a fantastic option. Let's see here. Why is that one only... It's interesting because all the rest of them have like the gold text on the you see like where it says Spirit of the Assassin, Spirit of Scars, like in the yellow, and then for some reason this one's just white. I can't figure out why. Huh. This one could be fun. Spirit of Severance and Syntheseps. Powered melee final blows and finishers unleash explosions. You know what, chat? Let's do that. Let's throw that on. Let's throw that on. Let's go with a melee build, shall we? Shall we? So now... Well, hold on. Is it? Because I don't think I don't have all of these other ones masterworked. And this one is, but these were white. Or I'm sorry, these are yellow. And that one was masterworked, so I'm not sure. It probably is something like that. Talk ban, but I'm not sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to... I want to try to build into some of the melee stuff. So this one has 25 melee. Well, let's go look at subclass here real quick. Okay, so we're going to go Thunder Crash. Okay, so we are going to do our Consecration. See, I know some people like doing like a Diamond Lance when they do their melee stuff, but I don't. Is Swordmaster good for the melee build? That's a genuine question. I actually haven't looked too much into the Swordmaster gear. I wonder if the suppressor, how the suppressor nade would play. So this one says rapid final blows against weaken, so that's not that. Void elemental buff, melee and sword hits. So I don't. Yeah, suppressor doesn't do, the suppressor nade doesn't play with that. Madrax, what's up, man? Thank you for following the channel, bro. Drew Tonight, thank you for subscribing, man. Ew. Ew. Tommy, I'm a pretty notable disliker of the stronghold. Unless you're using them how they're actually intended. If you're standing in a corner just blocking with the Praxic Blade, get that out of here. However, if you're using it to block and then do that, like block and then engage, that's cool. So, how do you shape or enhance a weapon? I'm thoroughly confused. So you can shape a weapon for the first time if you go onto this screen here, the portal screen, tab over to the world tab, and then go to Savathun's Throne World, the bottom left corner. And then you're going to the Enclave here. Go to the Enclave on Mars, and that will do. If you cannot access this, Ace, if you cannot access the Conclave or the Enclave, you need to do the first mission of the Witch Queen campaign. Vogue Master with challenges. Might be some people in Discord who want to get in there. Drew, what you up to tonight, man? You just vibing, brother? I need to set up buttons on my stream deck so I can just like clip things and mark things inside of the stream. All right, let me get the rest of this here real quick. Now I might go. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, guys. Alrighty. I don't know. I don't actually know what like kind of weapons I have that are like strong melee builders. What's up, Dan? Man City Dan, what's up, bro? Yeah, I feel that. I feel it, Drew. All right, we got a permafrost with pugilist on there. We got a gunbird. Adamantite. Got a little pugilist attrition orbs. We also have a perfect paradox. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Here we go, chat. I want to try something like fairly new, and I want to see how well we can kind of burn down some of these enemies that will be around us here. Now, one thing I will say, Ikora, I'm doing well. How are you today? $2.30 for Mad Brax. Yeah. Y'all are mad lads out there. Drew did. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Coming back to the dark side, bro. All right, we're gonna have some shenanigans here, guys. GT, thank you for subscribing, brother. Resubscribe for 8 months, brother. You've been around here for a hot minute, bro. Hot minute. Thank you very much, man. Okay, so we're gonna do super energy on melee kills because we're leaning in, chat. We're leaning in. And then melee energy. Ooh, only one trophy. What's the trophy? Also, GT, did you see I sent you the those loadouts you were asking for? Let's see here. How about I see, I see, I see. This is like the one piece that I kind of struggle because I want to wear a bunch of things that have 3. But I want to get my melee up as high as I can here. Here. Uh-oh. Not the Deep Stone Lullaby on the menu, bro. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's see here. Okay, we'll get our grenade back from doing that. We have melee super class. I bet I can do better with that. Melee super weapons. That'd be better. That's a tech sec. I don't know if I have 2 tech sec armor pieces though. Those are 20, 30, 25. Yeah, those are identical pieces right there. How about... I'll throw this tech sec helm on. I see, Drew. All right, I got the smoke jumper. Do I have another tech sec? Gamu03, what's up, brother? You know, I actually don't want to go tech sec. I do want to try... Welcome in, man. Welcome in. We are right now. We're just kind of vibing. I was trying to set up a new class here, but it seems like all of these helmets are like the same thing. Gamer, you are welcome, man. Thank you for hanging out, bro. This is known as Destiny Item Manager. So if you go to destinyitem-manager.com, you can sign in and this shows you all of your stuff and then you can search at the top. So I'm looking for like ferropotent armor. So if I type in, like I can look at the ferropotent pieces here and I can kind of search through. So I have a chest piece that's ferropotent. I was trying to see if I could find some others that also kind of fit that because I want the 2-piece set bonus. That's awesome. Nefty, what's up, man? Qin says, speaking of dim, you notice you can't pull loadouts mid-encounter anymore. You know, I'll be completely honest. I don't do a whole lot of loadout swapping, saving inside of dim. Usually the only time I do it is when someone asks me, hey, what's your loadout? Like, what's the loadout that you're using in-game? And I'm like, I don't know. I have it saved in-game, but I've not really pulled it over. Okay. Maybe I'll have some legs that are better. Let's check that. Ferropotent Greaves. What I'm looking for is melee. Ideally melee and grenade, if I can. Melee class weapons, that's not terrible. Melee class weapons again. Melee grenade health. 20, 30, 25. Okay, so these are both literally the same. Melee superclass. So I wanted to go, I want to just do a new prismatic Titan. However, I want to go with this Spirit of Severance, Spirit of Syntheseps. So I basically I want to replicate how big the explosions from Consecration used to be. That's what I'm going to try to do. Bone Deep is looking for some help with the Fire and Ice mission. Bone Deep, are you in our Discord? That'd be my question for you, man. Discord.gg/SaxPlaysGames. That's where most people would collaborate and want to get together. We might have some people that are available in there, man. Tuning piece here. Drop that down. Okay, so we have Ferropotent now. So Discord is an app that you can use on your phone. You can use on your console. You can use on your computer. PC is probably the best way to do it, but you can use it on all those other things, which will allow you to connect with people. So like Warrior's in there, Gamu's in there, Tommy Titan, like everyone over on the Twitch side is also in there. So why is my camera over here? It's funny. There we go. Okay. So that brings me up to 150. 160 there. No, it's just called Discord. The best way, Bone Deep, for you to do it, here, I'll send you the link. If you put this into whatever device you're on, just go to that link there, and then that should prompt you. And then if you download the app and it doesn't open up the Sax Plays Games, click that link one more time once it's installed, and you should see, you'll see like my logo, the green and tan and everything, and then you'll be able to get in there. And then there'll be a bunch of channels in there that you can get in and say, oh yeah, I want to see pings when Sax goes live, or when someone says, hey, I need help in this mission. Like if you want to help with that, you can do that in there as well. So it's a great place to meet people and be able to kind of just chat and hang out with other people. Let's see here. We got weapons mod here. You know what? We're gonna do firepower. Actually, I need to do heavy-handed. This. Yep, you're welcome, man. And then we'll do, how about a little 5-line grenade stat? We'll do weapons here. Dude, I'm actually kind of poor on some of this stuff. Damn. All right, so now, so I can swap this from Perfect Paradox over to Mint. Yeah, I may have to do that, but we'll see. Throw this. You know, no, I'll keep it. I'll keep it on Sullen Claw. We'll give it a shot there. And then, ooh. Okay. Do this here. And then something like that. All right, so let me do this. I'm gonna take this over. Just this top slot here. And then let's drop. We're gonna go basic bitch with the taken knife set. How about that? You know, I don't think I have. Did I not? Have I not unlocked all the taken? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I was panicked. I thought that's where it was. And then for this one, I can kind of just drop that there. And then I have the shader. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Now, here's where we get a little spicy with it. Is there a way? What do I have on my helmet here? Do I have anything? Okay, so I have the Iron Valis. See, because the Iron Valis doesn't I mean, it changed it a little bit. But let me see if I can. I want to keep the movement. Look at those legs, bro. Taken Veil helm. Where's the Taken Veil helm? I don't know if I have it. I have the Taken knife. I don't know, dude. Hey, spoiler alert, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't ever know. Most creators don't actually know what the fuck they're doing. Ooh, that looks cool. I was looking for it. Second to last page. Are you talking about like the Taken King? I see. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. It looks really fucking good, dude. See, I always thought it was interesting that we got like two of these kind of like bone, these like dreadnought bone type. It's very interesting. I do like that. Oh, that kind of fits. That's an early D2. All right, let's grab that right now. All right, chat. So let's go give this a shot here. Portal, Renegades, and then oh, you know what I've not been doing? What you guys were telling me that you were roasting me about the other day. Not doing this here. Okay, contracts for syndicates complete. Okay. That's awesome. I'm glad he's vibing. Right? That's what I'm saying. So guys, I do want to talk a little bit, and I want to get your guys' opinions here, because I've not discussed openly, like with the community, where I'm sitting, where you guys are sitting, when it comes to all the delay information, things of that sort. How are you feeling? Like how, if you're not in the know, Bungie last week announced that they're delaying the mid-season expansion. So when you were looking at the rewards pass here, you see it says 8 days, 16 hours. Like it was going to end, and that's when we were going to have Shadow and Order come out. And now they pushed that release right there 3.5 months out to June 9th. How are we feeling with that? Like, are you bummed? Are you happy, relieved? Are you frustrated, sad? What? Let me know what you guys are thinking. Because I don't want to just like spit out and tell you guys how you should or shouldn't feel, but it is a very interesting predicament that we find ourselves in. Let's see here. What do I have? I want a drop pod. There is an invader present? Mark says, personally doing other things till June, never get playing one game unless you're a streamer. Honestly, that's a pretty base take, dude. Yeah, so for reference, like if you're not aware, or maybe you're new here, like the last times that the most recent times that they've delayed the game, right? Like, so I can think they delayed it between, I think they delayed it between Shadowkeep and Beyond Light, and then they delayed it for did homie die in there? Oh, he must have. And then they delayed it from Witch Queen. Start trying to get back in the flow of things. Okay. Get knockout proc. Yeah, so what we had Shadowkeep into Beyond Light. We got a delay. So we got a really long time. Like me and a lot of my friends, Hollow was there. A bunch of people got to play a lot of the raids and stuff, like the Leviathan stuff, all that stuff got delayed. Then we had a delay between, what was it? We didn't have one between Witch Queen and Lightfall. But then we did have one for the final shape. So it was like all these different times. I think we got the 30th anniversary kind of as one kind of cooked up as well, which was interesting. I kind of like the feeling of this build, but I don't know if it's going to scale. It feels like I came into an existing run of this. Like it wasn't at it wasn't like a thing there. Oh, he gone. Yeah, So I'm catching up a little bit. I want to let you guys kind of get some answers out here. So yeah, Mark says personally doing other things till June. Cuban says Legitimately makes the game better. I'm happy with it, but if something they had taken recourse from the Destiny team to fix marathon blunder, I'd be upset. What do you mean by marathon blunder? Is there, like, do you mean like when all this stuff came out about, or like them just trying to push the game over the finish line? Delay needs to be for more than quality of life improvements. That ends up being the only reason. I'm gonna be disappointed. You know, one thing I will say is they have now talked about, obviously they're adding a lot of things. Like, it'll be interesting to see what this raid, like rework, raid and dungeon gear rework, because guys, like, if it's quality, like very high quality, it will be very, very worth it. Like, there is so much good raid content that a lot of players haven't played, but I do understand people being like, well, you know, feels a little too late or whatever. You know what? I'm just gonna do this because I remember now I have revitalize. How do I switch between my? Second here. Is my thing not set to? Yeah, tactical ability. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, like into the light for like before the final shape was like an incredible time to play the game, and a lot of people feel that way, but I don't know. Here's what we don't know. We don't know, like, is this set up like that sort of expansion? Because we don't know what's coming after it. We only know what is coming with this expansion, right? So they've said the quality of life changes. We know that we're getting tiered gear, like tier 5 level armor stats for exotic armor. We know that we're getting all of the tiered loot for raids and dungeons. The main issue that I see is the fact that we're having we're in a situation where there's no reason to have anything below a tier 5, right? Like we've seen that a little bit in our community where we'll have people who are just starting to play. And when I try to convince them, I'm like, hey, no, that's a great roll. They're like, oh, no, it's tier 4, it's trash. Like, I'll get rid of it. I'm like, no, it's a shiny tier 4 roll. Like, that's a good, it's a good weapon. But Bungie has not incentivized, excuse me, Bungie has not incentivized at all, like, holding on to that stuff. Unknown Cadaver says, I've been through D1 launch, pre-April update, D2 launch, Curse of Osiris, Lightfall. I've seen it bad, but this is rough. Honestly, that's a very, very valid take, dude. Very valid. Yeah, it is a, it's one of those things where it's always surprised me, right? So I've been doing this content creation thing for a little less than a year now, but I've been playing Destiny for a decade, right? The amount of streamers and stuff that like are around, I don't know if it's just like a simple like recency bias thing, right? Like people are so negative towards the game and what's happening. But it feels to me almost like people are like, it's worse now than it ever has been for the game and stuff. And I'm like, like player numbers, I can understand, and maybe that's the raw metric that they're using to analyze that. But when it comes to the actual state of the game, like the game feels great right now. I've talked with, like, I even had my podcast we did with DeFizzle, which you guys should definitely check out. Sax Talks Games. That was a sleeper episode. That was an episode that I was very happy with, even though it was a tough conversation. Very tough conversation to have, just because he's like, hey, I'm a PvP streamer, and like Bungie doesn't fucking care about the PvP side of Destiny 2. I was like, yeah, that's a little rough to talk about. But he even admitted, he's like, from both the PvP and PvE side, he's like, I think that this is the best that the game has felt in a very long time. And so hearing someone else feel that way, because I also you know, feel pretty similarly to that. It's very interesting. Let's get some more of these. Yeah, Mark, I think I said this earlier, but Mark said, I'll give them their dues. DLC is a major improvement on the last one that was near Curse of Osiris quality, in my honest opinion. I think that that's a bit of a stretch, but I understand where you're coming from, if that makes sense. I think Curse of Osiris was like such a bleak time, and it was in such a time that needed to hit. And when it didn't, it was very, very, very rough days. But I can understand where you're getting at with that. GT says, on mixed feelings. On one hand, it totally sucks and is, in my opinion, not a great look for the game moving forward. Hoping they are cooking, but so far communication hasn't been reassuring. On the other hand, it makes total sense. Want everyone to play Marathon, get their sole focus. They need a banging Marathon release. Don't want D2 to interfere. To be honest, Dan, I'm not of the opinion like that Marathon is the reason for this. I think it's just because the game is not content complete right now, and they don't, like, you know, they don't have what they need for this section, right? They don't feel like it's significant enough. And they also saw how we reacted to Ashen Iron coming out. Like, we were such haters on Ashen Iron. And I feel like if they were to put Ashen Iron out, or another thing like that out, dude, that would be so bad. So, even though the Renegades is, like, has been out for so long, at least it's still, like, if you want to talk about points of, you know, whether something is good or bad, right? We're talking Curse of Osiris level, you know, for what it is. Like, Renegades is much, much better than some of the worst expansions. I mean, I loved Renegades way more compared to even Lightfall, you know, stuff like that. So. Honestly, it does, and I've said this on stream before. I would prefer if they would just. I think the big deal is they need to clearly communicate with us and let us know what is happening. And so, if this actually is a Moments of Triumph D2 situation where they're like, hey, we're going to go back, we're going to fix all the old raids, we're going to touch every single one, we're going to update them for the new system, but then we're going dark. If that was what their intention is, then they need to say that, and then we need to just accept it and be like, okay, like, we know what it is, but I don't know. Ramses, thank you for the subscription. Drew, I don't know that I agree that it's Curse of Osiris deep, but I do think it is pretty bad. So, Cadaver says, absolute doomer is me concerned about wording of tier gear, expanding tier gear to rad content. I feel like they could have said making rad loot, tiered loot. Can also be total pessimist. So what are you thinking? What do you think, like, they're saying it a specific way to mask something? Is that what you're getting at? Because here's my thing. So tomorrow I'm actually recording a podcast with a special guest, a friend of the show, so to speak. And we are going to be discussing all of this stuff. And I was looking back at some of the announcements, some of the things, like some of the reasons in the way we got here. And one of the biggest mistakes they made, and I thought they only made it once, and I was like, dude, we've made so much as a community over DMG saying in the Renegades reveal event. I was going to say, like, we have made so much of him saying that we're getting a roadmap, like him only saying it one time. Because in my head, I only remember him saying it, like, towards the end. I went back and actually watched it again today, and I was looking at the transcript, because on YouTube, you can see the transcript for, like, 4 YouTube videos or whatever. And I searched for roadmap. I just did, like, Control F roadmap. And I found that he said it, like, 8 times during the event, he said he talked about getting a roadmap 8 different times inside the event. I'm like, yeah, that's a little rough. A little rough. Let's see here. Let me go. Mark says, Marathon needs PvE only mode for you to be interested. Bungie is known for Halo, Destiny, both games. Loads of PvE content. Seems a dumb move to me. PvP shooters, very competitive marketplace. So here's what I'll say. When I started playing Arc Raiders, I felt that way too. I was like, I love playing against like all of the, like playing against the different, like enemy AI, whatever. But I did not like the interaction. Honestly, it was just like a get good situation. But coming back to it recently, like there has been a strong emphasis in the community on making it a PvE thing. And so I'll be interested to see how Marathon shakes out. I don't agree. I think it's good for the nature of the game for there to be this air of like, okay, hold on, I don't know if I trust this dude. But it does seem like Marathon has a more like shoot on sight nature to it, where Arc Raiders does not have that. Dan says, I'm going to touch on what Cuban said. If the D2 team didn't have to go over to Marathon, fix what they created, D2 content would be on track, in my opinion. See, I don't know that we actually have any reporting on like if that is actually true and what happened or not. Like them pulling people over. GT says they built some momentum with Renegades that they unfortunately weren't able to capitalize on. Had lots of friends come back for the Star Wars stuff that are gone again. That's very valid. It's very valid. I've said multiple times that I think they need to find ways to like chain dubs, so to speak. Chain things over and over and over again. But part of that, like you can't say it's chaining W's by having 4 months, 5-6 months between releases, right? December 2nd is when Renegades came out. Here, let's look this up. How many days from December 2nd to June 9th? That is 189 days. Sorry for the flashbang. 189 days. That is not chaining dubs. You know what I mean? That is like a W here and then almost all the way back to the annual or the yearly release, you know, celebration of the Edge of Fate is how far we're out we are. And so what that also means that sucks is like back in the day, we used to get multiple raids a year, multiple dungeons a year. This means by time that we get the Shadow and Order release, we're only going to have one raid and one dungeon. And, you know, we're getting this refreshed loot from all the old raids. But, and then we're getting Pantheon 2.0, but that's not coming on June 9th. So it's like, how long is that going to take for that to pop up? I don't know. I did get an exotic contract. To drop. This one right here for the Pikers. Mary, how are you doing? Welcome in. Mark says Praxi Blade is the best new exotic in my honest opinion for a long time. Having a lightsaber in Destiny as a Star Wars fan is very cool. I agree. I think that they absolutely cooked with the Praxic Blade, and it'll be interesting to see how they handle it in the future. Dan, I actually have the Cyan Crystal. So guys, let's do a recap on what crystals I have. I have the Dark Matter Crystal. I have the Red Crystal, or I'm sorry, I have the Taken Crystal, Red Crystal. I do not have the Orange Crystal. I have the Green, I have the Cyan. I do have the Cyan Crystal. I have the Blue. I do not have Indigo. I do not have Magenta. But I have Yellow, and I've not purchased any of the other ones. So the only ones I'm missing are the ones that you have to get from running Lawless Frontier. And I feel like I've ran quite a bit, but not like as much as some people. Okay, so let's shift things a little bit here. I want to try going. Yeah. That's what I'm kind of getting in here. Kane Wilson said, Bungie better give me a gold-plated crap for forcing me to wait to the next part of the expansion I paid for. With their newest mediocre game takes center stage for 3 months. Kane, you're so salty, brother. You were salty the other night, too. I don't blame you, but I am interested to understand, like, are you forming your own opinions, or, like, where are you getting your opinions on, like, what Marathon's going to be and stuff? Like, have you played Marathon? I guess that's the way. I'm not trying to, like, make you mad or anything. I'm just wondering about, like, your actual opinions on that. Where they come from. Chad said, Dead Man's Tale, Wishkeeper, Slayer's Fang, Choir of One, Dead Messenger, all got solo. Between yesterday and right now, I had a clan member with some serious tricks join me and some magic, though. Hell yeah, man. Congrats, man. I don't know what that magic was, so hopefully it was legal magic. Hopefully. All right, let's go. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you're enjoying them. All right, let's throw on. I'm going to throw on Fast Talker here. So here's the thing. I didn't really feel like I was cooking. I didn't feel like I had my melee all that often. So let's see here. Ferropotent. So let me try swapping here and go Peacekeepers with this here. Yes, GT. I think our abilities in this game are too strong, and that's why many times the weapons come out. And so guys, here's one of the toughest pills that we need to swallow, is like, there is a human cost to everything in this game, right? Like, I'm looking here at Peacekeepers. Guess what? This is a new ornament for Peacekeepers. Guess what? That was made by hand by an actual person. So Bungie, they come in, and I understand you could say, well, that's cosmetic, whatever, they're getting paid for it. But let's take it away from that. Let's say this Choir of One ornament was not something that was like a paid or a Bright Dust thing through the Eververse store. Or let's just talk Choir of One. Like, if this weapon was not that great, you know, I just read off the ones that Chud sent me, like talking about Slayer's Fang and stuff like that. Like, those weapons are cool, but guess what? Like, no one's running around with Slayer's Fang in PvE. No one's running around with all this stuff. So they have to make weapons that are so strong and do so many things to compete with our abilities. Like, I'm running on Titan right now, but I should just be on my Warlock. Just running Getaway Artist, just consume my grenade and just continually go, 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 go. But dude, it's just one of those things, man. Like, you just get in there and go crazy. He says, I was trying to work on Choir of One and couldn't figure out the gloves. Yeah, Drew, they did a drop with the Edge of Fate. They brought down some of the different abilities, things like that. Kane said, I played the original version in the newest beta. Friend of a friend invited. Are we talking about Marathon? Remasters have the nostalgia advantage because how close they are to the original and how it shaped them. Love one all. How are you doing? Welcome in. We're chatting about the state of the game, talking about stuff like that. Let's do... How about... Okay, so we'll actually do elemental honing here. I'm going to throw this on. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Like, there's so much human cost to the game. And I'm not saying that's something that we even need to really consider or be concerned about that much, but it is one of those things that we have to, you got to take into consideration, right? And like, with every piece that we're looking at. And so if we don't take it all into consideration, we're going to find ourselves in a place where we're asking for more and more and more and more and more, and then not realizing, like, hey, they're trying the best they can with what they've got. And like, unless Sony gives them the dollars that they can expand the team and expand the reach of like who they're working with. Like we just gotta admit to ourselves, like Bungie has a smaller group. You know, they have a smaller team that's working on Destiny. There's only gonna be so much that they can do in any given time. So yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. Let's see here. Mars or Venus. Contested jobs. All right, let's do that. And we're gonna do, oh nice, okay. We've got a bounty hunt. We'll do this. Chud, thank you for the super chat, brother. Yay, Space Wizards. Space Wizards all day, brother. Guys, this is a great time. We are almost towards the end of the month, and I would like to remind you, if you have Amazon Prime, then that means you have a Twitch Prime sub. You have one that you have to use every month. So whether you use it on my stream or someone else's stream, that's perfectly fine. But if you're holding on to your Prime sub, then why not come over to twitch.tv/SaxPlaysGames and use it there. To the moon, brother. Send me to the moon. Been a good week, feeling generous. I love that. Love that. Jake, how you doing, man? Holy. 25 gifted subs from Rummy Rush. Thank you very much, brother. Holy shit. Thank you, man. Everyone enjoy your ad-free viewing. Thank you very much, brother. That's very, very appreciated. That is awesome. W for real, bro. Huge dubs. That's a lot of Amazon Prime accounts, brother. Yeah, everyone hit them W rummies in the chat, man. Oh, Dan got the gifted sub. Hell yeah, brother. It passed my screen so fast. Nefty, I see Nefty got one. Love 1-0 got one. Hell yeah, that's awesome, guys. John Deepstone would approve. Is that your name? I saw that in the I saw that in our chat earlier. That was cracking me up. First time 2 prime receiver. Hell yeah, brother. I know you said that you had like a rotation you did. I would be honored, Dan. I'd be honored, brother. Appreciate you, man. Y'all, we had, if we can talk about something personal for a bit, we had my wife Heather's baby shower. Actually, let me ask you guys this. If there's a baby shower that's had for our baby, is that my baby shower as well? Even though I'm not pregnant? I don't know. I don't care. I've been saying Heather's baby shower. And I don't want people to be like, Sax is kind of weird. Like, why is he saying it's only her baby shower if it's not? I'm totally fine with it just being her baby shower, but... Is that a yes? It's... Okay, so I did have to go to mine, but that was mostly because I was trying to help with the gifts, because it didn't feel right that she would just have to sit up in front of everyone, like on her lonesome, because she doesn't necessarily like to be in front of people, you know, like the whole time. I don't think anyone loves that, right? I am the sire of the child. What a way to put that, brother. Margarita 94376, thank you for following the channel. Speaking of sire of children, has anyone been watching A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? $2026 is the reason you think differently? Brother, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is so freaking good, dude. Is that what the... That's not what the book is called, is it, Drew? What's the actual book called? I can't remember. Is the new episode, like the season finale, tonight? Oh, Hedge Knight? Yeah, something like that. I see. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, pretty valid. So I feel like you keep bumping into something when I jump across that gap there. Oh, is there like a... I don't think I've ever played on this map, dude. It's kind of cool. So I think in the lore they are. Like, I think in the lore they're all from different locations, like, or different sources or something like that. But I thought that, like, from a, like, real world literature standpoint, I thought that they were all kind of combined into the same thing, so. Like, they're all individual tales of like, Sir Duncan. I feel like my teammates are triangulating nothing. This is a cool level. I don't think I've really played this before. Dude, that last episode was brutal. Not getting into spoilers, but I will say if anyone has any love for Game of Thrones, you absolutely must watch this. Such an interesting, like, grounded show as well. Kids' birthdays, bro. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be super interesting, like, navigating everything. Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm just not sure if that's a result of it being, like, just for the show, right? Like, just for that instance, like, that's why they have it set up in that manner, or if they've always been from, like, the same source, or if they just combine them. I think you and I are on the same page. House of the Dragon has some absolutely peak moments, but I don't like it as much as I like Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. As a full package, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is one of my favorite shows, like, I've seen in a long time. My actual favorite show out, like, that I've watched recently is The Pit. Very, very different show, but it is also my very, like, most favorite show. The Pit is phenomenal. Dude, the last episode's cliffhanger, dude, has me gripped. I'm like, Dude, I cannot wait for the next episode. Yeah, season 1 was completed when I watched it. Now we've been watching season 2 week by week, and I hate it. I just want every episode to be out as fast as possible. Dan, you're doing it right, Dan. Like, you're doing it how you should, but I can't. Blurb. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if it says that it's bringing that together, then yeah, you're probably right. They probably were separate sources. Oh, I guess I have an access code. Interesting. Hell yeah. Yeah, you know, what is it? Noah Wiley, I think is his name. The lead actor for The Pit. Like, he was on ER. My mom watched ER when I was growing up, but that kind of show, there were a few different shows that my mom watched growing up that, like, I never really, you know, obviously I was a child. I wasn't interested in my mom's shows, but ER is one. Chud, you got it. Go get that heliostat, brother. Heliostat's one of the more simple, like, straightforward exotic missions. You shouldn't have too much issue with that. So the pit is set in the emergency room of the Pittsburgh Medical, like, it's a teaching hospital in Pittsburgh. And so the show is set up, if you ever watched 24 was a show where every episode was 1 hour of the day. And so something crazy would be happening, and you just see, like, you're like, how could this day get crazier? You know, and it just does over and over and over and over again. And so what they did for the pit is it is 1 day's worth of a shift in the emergency department. And just all the crazy stuff that comes in, dude, is absolutely nutty. Like, I can't believe it. And it's also a hyper-realistic show. Like, they do a lot of work showing off some of the more gnarly aspects of it. So if you have a weak stomach, I don't know if you're going to love The Pit. It's still such a phenomenal show, dude. Oh, I guess he's out there. Dude's about to get me farmed. Excuse me. For serious, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Dude, was that your clip of the Ikora stuff, dude, that you shared? Or was that another person's video? Because that shit was nutty, dude. All right, sounds good. Sounds good, Drew. Appreciate you, man. I was hoping it was your clip, but very nice. Yeah, bro, I'll hit you up. Recording podcast stuff tomorrow. We got another. It may be our last ultrasound before baby is born. We got a couple months, but like I don't know that we're getting another ultrasound other than this one. So that's coming up tomorrow as well. So I got a couple of things going on. Unknown Cadaver, thank you for following the channel, brother. Appreciate you, man. Isn't it funny how sometimes, like, you'll find out about a stream somewhere else, and so you hang out, you're vibing in the stream, you're like a friend of the stream, and you're like, why am I not following the channel right now? I get that so many times. I did that in Llama's chat one day. It's like, I've been subscribed to Llama for multiple months, and I wasn't following his channel. I'm like, how's that even work? Dun, 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 dun. Warped Barrel, thank you for following the channel, man. If your barrel got warped, you might need to go see a doctor about that, brother. Might be some pills you can take. Square that off for you. Evo, what's up, man? I knew what the reference was. I was making a dick joke, actually. That's what I was trying to do, but yeah, firing too many shots. I see. I've never had that issue. I've never done it so many times that it got too hot and warped. Maybe I need some techniques, brother. Oh, it's Moon, by the way. Nice. Time for fun fact about eggplants. Nice. There we go. Dude. Yeah, it seems like you guys are getting it crazy. I went to bed last night and it wasn't warm, but like there was no sign of. Can I thunder crash this shit? Get out of here. Wow, didn't even do shit. Yeah, I went to bed last night. We didn't have any snow down, and we had a lot this morning when I woke up, but nothing compared to what you guys are getting. Dude, we just got all the snow, like, freed up from, like, or all the snow cleaned up off the grounds and stuff after all stuff was going on. Oof. I'm hurt. Oh, do you just get access codes like with leveling up the different like renegades things? Dan, you know, right? You know about my my logo and stuff, right? Being Bicon. He was actually working on my he's working on some stuff for my stream right tonight. Or he was on stream earlier. I'm not sure what he's doing right now, but that's right. We did talk about that. Thank you, GT. Yeah, I you know, I needed something a little more than my, you know, the little stuff I had made just by myself. Like in 2018, I think is when I made my old logo. Like, how about we level it up a little bit after a year's worth of making content? I was like, damn. Yeah. You know, I kind of liked it because it felt like a transfer, because the whole reason I used the operator symbol originally was for like the transfer of information. It's like if you look at the logo, that was kind of the thing. But okay. I thought I was falling off the map. But then he had this cool idea about like taking the Sherpa concept and then like going on an adventure basically. And what that could mean for the channel. So, you know, we don't actually have a name for the mascot. I should hold like a sub goal thing at some point in the future. Valve already uses? Not Luigi, brother. Nintendo's gonna come strike me down. Should have just been Peanut. Yeah, would have made my life easier had I just completely created my online persona around being a burnt nut. Or Reed. We could just name him Reed. Actually, one of my, like, you guys ever remember, like, in high school, did you have, like, mortal enemies? And, like, they're nice people. Like, it's probably, like, people that's just fine, but you guys, maybe you were always competing for the same thing. Like, I played basketball with this dude. There's this other dude who, he was, like, really tall as well. And so we both were always competing for, like, the same playtime stuff. His name was Reed. And we just always had this, like, unspoken hatred. Like, we were perfectly fine with each other, but I think it's just one of those things where both of us were like, we don't really like, it's like, we prefer to, I would prefer to not be close friends with him. Musty, what's up, man? Yeah, we got a new Sax logo before GTA 6, bro. Before GTA 6, brother. Anglo? Name him Anglo. Hell yeah, dude. All right, let's see here. Damn, no crystal. Let me dunk these here. So, you guys might have, hell yeah, man, Brandon can go fuck him. Goku Vegeta relationship, yeah, bro. So Dan, I don't know if you know this, but if you've heard one of the streams where my wife's been on there, she said my actual name most of the time. Like, she doesn't just call me Sax. So chat be cool, but my actual name is Saxon, Saxon. That's where, like, the username comes from. Because my thing used to be Sax on, Sax off. Like, that was my username. But no one, like, you're not going to be in a raid and have someone be like, Sax on, Sax off, go left. No, they're not going to do that. They're just going to say Sax, like, Sax go left or whatever. So, like, that's just where it came from, and that's how we got the name. So, just so you guys know. Sax off. Zaxxon, honestly. But the problem with, like, I don't want it to have a name. I don't want it to have a name that needs an explanation, if that makes sense. So, if we give little dude a name here, I'm gonna pull him up, and then I'm gonna go use the restroom and get a drink, and then we're gonna continue the back half of the stream. But if we give little dude a name, then I want you guys, we gotta come up with something that hits and that we don't have to, like, explain every single time, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm trying to find. So here. So this is what is coming to, like, I'm actually getting a new thing for, like, the stream, like, new, like, be right back and stuff like that. So Lil Dude is going to be on there. So I want you guys to We got to think. We got to come up with a good name for little dude, because I don't necessarily, like, I'm not like an outdoor woodsy dude, but he is. And so like all this stuff's gonna have him like on stream, like moving through the woods and stuff. But the whole concept, right, is like having the backpack, throwing that on. So it's gonna have like a lot of movement, things like that. And then in the long run, I want to get like emotes and things with that. So guys, I'm gonna be right back, but you guys hang out and think through this. Y'all can't be calling little dude Forrest. They're gonna think I'm making a problematic joke by that. All right, let's see some of these. Wiper, run Forrest run, thinking Forrest as well. Sherpa Steve. That's my dad's name. Deep wood sax, broad tip sax. Frodo. Heather might like Frodo. Sax wise KMG. Oh god. LD, little dude, little buddy, little buddy. Lil Sherpa dude, the LSD. Seeing sounds. Chat, I just tried to open this Sprite, but the can's kind of warped and it fucked up. Damn it. LeBron, but the brawn part is spelled different. God damn it, this can's fucked. Yeah, I'm just vibing right now. I don't know what's going on. Oh. Frodo the guiding light. Does he have the ring? Ghost or the speaker? So I typically don't care too much about I don't care too much about Sprite, but something about not being able to get into this one in particular has me like tremendously pissed off. Like all I want in the world is that Sprite right now that I can't get out. Nah, it doesn't have to say sax in there. All right, let's do this. Get out the cordless drill. Start poking. Yeah, we're just gonna shotgun it. All right. Revo, I'm going. If you want to, it's up to you. But I'm gonna hop in 2-man 1. Shadow Wolf. That's so dramatic. I kind of love it. Here, let me do this for you. What up? What up? I'm going to see if I can pull an audible real quick. And I don't know, can I? Is there a way to? I wonder if I can drop this GIF on OBS. I'm not gonna do that. I never know what I'm doing with footage and stuff. I was just gonna let people get inspired by it, but we'll do that here. All right, let's do So you have all of your colors done, right?
Yeah.
Your RNGs.
I got my last one done the last time we ran a Lawless Frontier.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Piker territory, sabotage or smuggle jobs. This is a Piker smuggle job. How about that?
Okay.
So Revolt, how are you feeling about the delay news?
I sort of expected it. I think it was not shocking to me. I was a little surprised. Like Tassie has been saying for a while, they only thought it was going to be like a month to 2 months. I just felt in my gut that we were probably looking at a longer time. Absolutely baseless, but that was just like I had anchored myself there anyway.
Sure.
So I guess I had already sort of confronted that feeling. I think I'm glad we're getting some kind of comms. I think the community activations they're doing are a nice, like, intermediate step. It would kind of be a bummer if just nothing was going on.
Sure.
And I've had a lot of fun with these like little challenges that have been going on. So as long as they can keep people at least a little bit engaged, I know it's not gonna, the numbers are gonna keep falling off. Is what it is. But
Yeah.
as long as there's something to do and sort of make your own fun, I'm okay with making that fun until there's no more to be done. So
Yeah, I would agree. I think that there's something to it with like, so I went back. I said this earlier. I don't think you were in yet, but and I just turned Revolt up. They were saying you were too low. I think it was my end. I went back today because I'm prepping for my podcast tomorrow that I'm recording, and I'm gonna do kind of more of a deep dive, and I'm still digesting to get my thoughts out there. But the main thing that I'm doing is, or the main thing I've been considering is like, why are we so like why are some people like so heartbroken, so mad, so this, that, and the next? So I was going back, kind of doing a retrospective. Okay, what do I do with, like, when did we first hear about the Edge of Fate? When did we first hear about some of these points of time in which we had our hearts broken or expectations missed, whatever? Yep. And I went back to the Renegades announcement because that's where the first time they talked about the roadmap, right? Like this thing. In my head, I thought that they had only said about the roadmap like one time. Like, I thought he like snuck it in at the end because he went back to Twitter a couple, like, I don't know if it was like a week and a half or a couple weeks later and said, hey, just so you know, I dropped, like, DMG went on Twitter and was basically like, hey, I said about the roadmap, but we're not quite there yet. We're going to give you guys, and they gave us the roadmap light leading into Renegades, like what the first 2 weeks would look like. But they did not give us any roadmap. He actually said it 8 times in that stream. So it wasn't that he just said it one time. He actually said it 8 different times, which was insane to me.
I was really bitter about it when it happened. It's one of my, like, I go back to, hold it over people's heads. I made a Rusty is coming meme like the week that was announced. Basically saying roadmap is coming. Just because I had no faith that it was going to come out when I heard it. And again, like, based on nothing, based on just vibes, I could have been proven wrong. Sure. I'm actually like seeing it in the Matrix. But again, like, yeah, I was frustrated that their plan was a roadmap, and I think even if they dropped the roadmap in a timely manner, I'm not sure I would have been happy with that.
Yeah, that's fair. So part of me is like, I don't know. I kind of wish more game companies would take the Valve approach than what we're getting, right? Where like Valve, we don't know anything about what they're doing until it's absolutely ready and they know they've cooked. You know what I mean? In like even Take-Two, like I understand like Valve is a private company, so they don't necessarily have to set public expectations, shareholder expectations. They can get away with not doing that. But at the same time, man, sometimes I long for the days that we get like another Fallout 4 situation where we don't know anything about it and they announce it at E3 and all of a sudden it's coming out in just like a week or 2. Like that kind of stuff, dude. Like, and I very, very, very firmly believe that like the best thing that they can do for the game is wait until the thing is ready. But the main issue is the fact that like it feels like it's taking longer and longer for us to get less and less content, if that makes sense. Like in the past, like when we had delays, so I was saying this earlier, we had a delay between Shadowkeep and Beyond Light, and that gave us a long time to clean up a lot of like old that's when like Leviathan and stuff was going away. So it gave us all time to run back all the Leviathan raids, Crown of Sorrow, Scourge of the Past, those stuff as well. I know Crown's on Leviathan, but it's not the same suite of Leviathan that we had with like OG and stuff. Anyways, before all that stuff, all those activities got sunset, all the forges and things of that sort, like we had time to do that. And Beyond Light did not come out with enough weapons, and that was the biggest part. I actually don't feel like the sun setting that they did in Beyond Light, I don't feel like it was unreasonable. I feel like it actually was kind of necessary. The problem is they didn't come out with enough weapons. And the proof of that is what we're doing right now. We are all using weapons. Like, hardly anyone is using weapons that are not tiered at this point. We essentially had sunsetting, right? Like, basically, we all got sunset just a couple weeks ago, or just a couple months ago, and we didn't even, like, most people don't even realize it. Like, well, I still have all those weapons. Like, yeah, you do, but how often do you actually use them compared to your tier 5 mint retrograde or something like that, you know?
I think it's actually not the tiers that sunset it. I think they just power corrupt the hell out of the weapons. Like, I was using Reckless Oracle in Equilibrium for the Praxic time challenge, and it was still valid. Got a few others that are still heavy in my rotation.
But is that more like, are those fully enhanced, like fully juiced to the gills versions? Because those fall in the tier 3 segment, right? Like that is the
and I guess that's sort of my point, is like you can get, like, even if it's not tiered, you're still getting like a tiered powerful weapon. You're just losing 5% damage on it.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're hitting, like, that is the pinnacle, right? Like tier 3 is the pinnacle of what you could reach there. And so I don't necessarily, I for sure, I agree with you. Like, there is a lot of good loot that happens. However, in June, right, like when DSC comes in, or I'm sorry, when all the raids come back with that tiered gear, like, there's not a single person who's using any of that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just,
for sure.
Those have, the reason that the Reckless Oracle feels so good, in my opinion, is because of the origin trait, right? Like, it's not even like the fact that you can completely blind any enemy with a void shield just by popping the shield. You don't even have to really, like, we did that in day 1 Desert Perpetual when we were trying to deal with all of the you know, deal with the Minotaurs and stuff. Like, you could not ammo efficiently take care of all of the all of the enemies you had to, so you just blinded them and prayed that, like, you wouldn't spawn in another ad wave. We did that a little bit during Rite of the Nine as well, right? Like contest mode stuff, contest difficulty. But I just think, like,
that's even more weapons that I'll point to. No hesitations that I meant were stuck to me for Rite of the Nine, and they're still stuck to me for Red content.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Like, it's sort of a larger point, but I think generally once everything gets tiered, like, you'd be crazy not to use the tiered stuff.
For sure.
But, like, just rocket flare. If there was a rocket frame that was untiered, people would still be using it.
Like pulse rifle?
Because rocket frame pulse rifles are just like, that strong.
I would agree. Yeah, I think you're right there. I think that there's something to that as well. But I guess the heart of the point that I'm making there is that even with the fact that we got a delay before Beyond Light, and they came out content light, right? Like, I would say that the transition between Shadowkeep to Beyond Light is the most similar transition that we had compared to from Final Shape into Edge of Fate. And so that that little navigation point, or whatever you want to call it, the pivot point between those two expansions in the two eras of the game, because they retroactively made the weird choice that, like, Shadowkeep was going to be the beginning of this saga. Like, we didn't know that until years later. Yeah. So, like, Forsaken, like, we had, like, D2 Vanilla, and then we got Forsaken, and then we got Shadowkeep, but, like, we were not told, like, it was later down the line that we got a Light and Dark Saga, like, explanation from them, if that makes sense. And so,
oh my god, no, that's wild. I had no idea.
Yeah, that, like, we didn't know anything about that. Like, it was basically their way of like chilling us out with the fact that we had an issue with sunsetting. But I thought it was so weird that Forsaken didn't even really, like, count in that. You know, they were like, hey, we're gonna get rid of this, but it doesn't really, even though Riven is very important when it comes to, you know, how we actually get into the Traveler and stuff. So yeah, absolutely story critical, but, like, I guess that this is not part of the Light and Dark saga, just because you want to take everything out of the game. So, yeah, I just feel like we're in this place where it is very similar to that, but with Beyond Light, we ended up getting like that was a pretty good seasonal year. I remember what we get. I think we got Splicer that year, so we also got Vault of Glass when it came back. We got, I'm trying to remember. I think we got Chosen that year. Season of maybe not. I'm trying to remember. It was whatever the Cabal season was when we met Keitel. So like we had a very, very dense year there. And then we went into, from that, I think we had a delay leading into Witch Queen as well, but we got the 30th anniversary. Yeah, Chosen. So we got the 30th anniversary expansion there too. I almost feel like Bungie needs to start like just baking in these little goodwill events, like sub-seasonal things. And that almost feels like what they're trying to pivot to, but it's almost like they don't even know what they're going to call it, if that makes sense. Splicer was not Forsaken Year.
I also would not be shocked that, like, if they decided to go into Destiny 3, we're shutting down D2 announcement.
How would you feel about that?
For June. Probably good. I think it'd be really hard to drive people back in at this point, unless they like really delivered, like Final Shape 2 type level.
The Witness is back. And, Palpatine lives.
Back. And without like a subclass, without something to like really get people fired up about.
Yeah.
I think we're probably just delaying the inevitable. I don't think they've got like the legs on it. But I do think people get excited about a D3. I would be excited about a D3. I'd be bummed to like leave this ecosystem and everything I've done here. Be bummed to certainly lose content, but I'd be ready to see what D3 looks like.
Here's a question that I've not heard anyone ask. And I'll ask you, I'm for sure going to be writing this down and asking it tomorrow. Are you cool with a D3 even if you do not play it? The reason I say that, 6, I won't say, I'm not going to say it. 5 to 6 years. 5 to 6 years is a long time, brother. It is a long time. So I'm not saying you wouldn't pick it up, you wouldn't give it a shot. But we will all, everyone who's listening to my voice right now, is going to be a different person when that game comes out. We will be different people in different places with different life priorities, stuff like that. PS7 D3. Like, how does that make you feel? Because
not great. Obviously,
right?
I would love to play it.
Yeah, because I guess the crux of the point is like we're getting no new D2 content. Even if they could, because I'm assuming that's what they did for D. You know what I mean? That's what they did for D2, right? Like we didn't get any new D1 content. And so, yeah, Cuban, it is getting deep, but that's the thing. It's like how we call for this, all right? Like we say this is what we want and everything, and like this is what we need. But for them to take the time,
ultimately I feel better about it. Like at the end of the day, like I'd rather have a sense of finality to this. Like if they said, okay, so you got tiered weapon for all raids and dungeons, which like, first of all, whether or not that happens, we'll see. But like that, I see that being a really good place to like just lead the game.
Yeah.
And you say, all right, you've got all your tiered gear. Everything sort of makes a sense. You can push for your tiered gear at whatever rate you want, and then at that point, like, good luck. And that would at least make us sense. Maybe give us a little more resolution on where the story's going to go into D3. One last piece of content there, but I could see that being valid, and I'd prefer that to like, finding out, in 3 months that actually D2's been shut down because of lack of engagement.
Yeah.
You know, so for me, it's sort of I don't see. Like, I'd rather there's a chance me in 7 years to play the game. Oh my god, I keep missing this throw. Versus just like I never play the game.
Yeah, dude. The more I talk about it, because I'll be honest, like it wasn't like a hardcore like grieving thing, right? I just needed time to sit with the announcement. I think we all knew, like we knew there was some delay happening, right? But like the verbiage on it and everything. And the other thing that sucks too, I talked about this earlier on stream. Like, there's a human cost to everything. DNG said that there was a roadmap coming, right? But the problem is that's a human making a human assumption. It's probably something they had actually talked about, trying to get a roadmap, and then something internally happens and prevents that from actually happening, right? And now they got to live with it and do all this stuff, but there's a human aspect to like all of this when it comes to them trying to create these games, when they're trying to like hold on and retain people, right? Like the heads of these companies. There's no wonder that you have the, you know, Joe Blackburn and all the different people coming out, and or like they're there for a time and then they leave. Like sometimes I wonder, I'm like, dude, it would be like a awesome job. I actually think it would be a terrible job. Like, it's cool to have on the resume, but like to have to worry about like trying to keep everyone's jobs and do all this stuff, and that's what they sign up for, right? Like I'm not giving them a pass on that. Like they have to do it, but like they're looking out for all that stuff. But the Trax, that's what I'm getting at, though. So Trax said, I think people are upset because of the lack of transparency. I don't think they know what they're doing yet. Like, I genuinely don't think they know what they're doing. It's not that they're trying to hide things. I think Tassie, I don't actually like Tassie stuff that much, but I watched his video when like him recapping after this, and he was talking about like that exact thing. He's like, we're waiting for this roadmap. They don't know what they're doing. But like, I don't think that's how it goes, right? Like
they could even be more honest about, or like more open about that. I don't think they're being dishonest necessarily, but I do think they could more directly just confront that and be like, look, we know we're trying to figure things out. And I got a bit of that. But.
I think Bungie is an independent can. I think Bungie under Sony can't. I think Bungie under Sony with shareholders under Sony that have to do that. They have to speak every time they speak openly. They need to speak with confidence, and you have to do that. And that is a bet they made. Again, I'm not giving them a pass on that, right? Like they're the ones who chose to sell off to do this thing. The people who benefited mostly from that merger with Sony are no longer there, right? Like the people who got millions in payouts and stuff, and now we got fucking lawsuits going on because people feel like they got gypped and they don't have as much money as they think that they're due and all this stuff. Like, and now it's coming out. It's like, oh well, no, you were like texting this person about wanting to diddle them or something. It's like, dude, like, okay, so we become the worst the worst version of ourselves, right? Like when all that money comes into play, people deteriorate and they do this. Execs get in, and we freaking had Pete Parsons in there, and he was the bad guy for all that time, right? Like everyone wanted to shit on him for all his cars and all this stuff, and I understand that. But then now he's not there, and there still seems like there's bad decisions that are being made, or like poor decisions, or things that we aren't getting transparency on, and it is tough. It's very tough, very tough.
It's extra frustrating for me coming from like League of Legends background. It's wild, like Evil Empire, all that with Riot Games, but like their DMGs, and they've got kind of several because they've got a lot of products, are all devs or dev adjacent.
I thought you were going to say they were dead.
Working the team. No.
I thought you said they were all like, dead.
Don't get me wrong,
like, oh no.
People do get like really, really frustrated, really vitriolic in the same way that they do like against DMG. And it's not, like all sunshine and daisies over there. But like Freak for League of Legends will do a weekly vlog where he talks about all the changes they're making, why they're making the changes, and like sort of what they're considering and why they're considering it. And like sort of constantly talking about what's coming next, where they're headed, and it's really, really reassuring to like, even if I'm not agreeing with the decisions, to know that like they're thinking about it
Sure.
and they're willing to share preliminary ideas, and having any sort of that context with Destiny would do like a lot for giving, I think, people comfort that like something's going on, somebody's driving the ship.
Yeah. Transparency doesn't mean lying. It means being open about the state of things on a company basis. Hey, we understand you want answers. Here's a stream on X date. I mean, they've done the State of Destiny thing in the past, right? Like, Luke Smith did it multiple times. Joe Blackburn did it before. I don't think that they've ever had another like game dev come out and do that. I think that Tyson Green did a little bump type deal, but nothing crazy. Again, there's just a production value on all of it, right? Like, or like a production cost to it all. And I just wonder, like, as things deteriorate over time, are we hitting a place where the player count is so low where we say like the egg on our face is just stuck there and we're gonna go ahead and shift to a D3? You know what I mean? Like, shift, whatever you want to call it, whatever analogy you want to make, but just say like D2 is what it's going to be. And the more and more I think about it, the more and more I think about the announced changes that we got, the more I'm thinking that they're putting this thing into a bit of a hospice. You know what I mean? Like, and the thing is, Destiny 1 is still a really fucking good time to go play. I mean, we just did that. We did that a couple months ago. Together. We went and played everything. If they could get things to a place, and then I really do think it's the uncertainty. I think it's the uncertainty that we need to, like, we need clarity on what actually is happening. And then if we find out, like, because guess what? The content creators, myself included, we're in limbo, right? Like, I want to continue to make things about the game and stuff like this. But if I get told, like, hey, Destiny 2 is getting set, like, you know, not sunset, but like it is set in stone, like this is what Destiny 2 is always going to be for now, then like there's a few videos I might still make, but like I'm for sure going to like shift things and shift focus and know what that is. And there's going to be some outrage from some people. I'm thankful that like my life does not depend on this game. Like chat, I don't know if you guys can see that, but like at least in my tone and stuff, but like I want what's best for the game, because I'm not like completely dependent upon Destiny succeeding or not to live. But there are a lot of content creators that are that way, and I understand that's why they get so heated at the fact that we don't fucking know what's happening. You know what I mean? It's just tough. It's very tough. Very tough. So
I sort of in your coming to terms with it, and I've mentioned this in the past too, I think privately, like that's how I was with Edge of Fate, is I just felt like sort of the game I'd wanted had left already, and once I sort of processed that, it was a lot easier for me to just come back and like approach the game like wherever it is now.
Sure.
And I'm having a blast. I'm having like the time of my life now that like sort of I've managed my own expectations and I've completely changed my relationship to the game and where it's going. And I just feel like it'd be a lot easier for everyone if everyone could get that adjustment, if they can, if they're able to. I know it's not going to be for everyone, but once I worked out my morning, it was a lot easier.
Yeah. I feel like if we can know where the game's going to go, and they get to put to a place, and that's the thing that's so crazy to me, is like people are like, well, if Marathon does, like, Marathon is their new baby. It's like, well, Marathon's a chance for them to start again, right? Like, Marathon's a chance for them to make decisions and make course corrections and stuff. And like, I don't know. Did you see that Operator Drewski's video? The Marathon. It's like a 40-minute Marathon gameplay video.
I haven't watched the whole thing.
Oh my god, that is one of the best. That is one of the best gaming YouTube videos I've ever watched in my entire life. Like, for shaping the opinion around the game, dude. I had never seen his stuff. So this is not Destiny Drewski. This is a different guy.
This is Tarkov Drewski. That's why.
Is it? Okay, I don't. Yeah. I didn't know him. I don't know who he is.
He does Tarkov. He does Arma. He does a lot of Milsim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So
He's got like airsoft videos, the same style.
Does he really? Wow.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool. Like I really like this stuff. And I don't know. It is one of the best. Like it was one of the most convincing videos I've ever seen. Like for a game, like for why you should give it a shot and like how you can play it as a team, everything. I think that's awesome. So, Manuel says, "Hi Sax, I'm a returning player at 309 power level. Don't have Edge of Fate nor Renegades yet. How can I get to 550 efficiently? Thanks." Manuel, if you don't have either of those expansions, the only way you're going to be able to hit 550 is by playing here on this portal page. Okay. So this page that I'm currently sat on, you can see here with the guy holding up his sword. You're going to have to play these activities here at the bottom. And what I would recommend is you go in here and choose whatever activities are inside of here that have the most green engrams here. You can see this one when I hover over it says 1 completion reward plus 3 bonus drops. When you do these bonus drops, that is going to, all of those pieces are going to give you armor that will raise your level. Okay, so you're trying to get this every piece to 550. So you can do this. Actually, when you hit 450 here, that will start giving you these armor pieces, or the armor and weapons that have tier 5. So you can see this here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 diamonds here. And then when you hover here, you can see that means everything's enhanced. So you see all these perks here that have the gold and stuff. That's what all that. So Track says, marathon success does mean more money for Bungie, a chance for Sony to be like, okay, we can trust you with money again. That is true. That's very true. Very true. Warp, see ya. Thank you very much. Bat, yeah, we're just kind of running if you want to hop in the fire team here. But yeah, I think the real key though is like trying to figure out what it actually looks like. I don't know. It feels like we're always just like kicking the can down the road with Bungie when it comes to a comms perspective, right? Like when we say, what does it actually look like for the future? Well, we don't ever know. We don't ever have like solid footing to place ourselves on. And that is frustrating because we're sitting here and we're like, what? I don't know. How do we get there? Aldo, thank you for becoming a member, 8 months member on YouTube. Hell yeah, brother.
That's sort of exactly why I keep going back to Destiny 3 is the only option. Cause like, we know Bungie has the juice. I'm more excited about Marathon than I've been about. I can't remember the last time I've been this excited about a game. I am like, my wife's not a gamer. I'm telling her about Marathon. She's got no idea what's going on. Like, I can't stop talking about it. I want to tell everyone about it. I want to tell my boss about it. Like, I'm that amped up. And like, they've just got the juice. And like, if they can get like a fresh start, they can get the messaging. Like when they align on something and bring their full like might to bear. Oh my God.
I know. Yep.
What a package, what a product. And I think Destiny needs something that's not so fractured at this point.
Yeah, that's fair.
They just don't seem like they can do that since Final Shape, and even like there were even complaints around Final Shape. I feel like it was like, oh, it's a good story and like it was a cool time to be there, but like I feel like it's amped up as sort of like the glory time, and you know it was really really good. But
for
like,
sure.
I was getting back into the game then, and I remember hearing a lot of people really frustrated with the game right as I was getting into it. And I think there definitely were some frustrations even then. So
yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I think that there's like a lot of conversation around how I don't know. The conversation around like when not knowing when you're in the golden days, right? Like that like hindsight 2020, like, oh man, like I missed this time. The only time that I think I knew was that time right before the Edge of Fate. I'm sorry, not the Edge of Fate. Right before, for me, the time that I knew was right before Beyond Light. I was raiding more than I thought humanly possible. It was COVID, not because of that, guys, not because of that, but that's not why I was in the golden days. So let's not clip that out of context. However, what was the golden days was the fact that like I think I've shown on stream the like old spreadsheet that Hala and I had of putting together all of the runs and trying to get everyone in the mix on like how can we, you know, like how can we get all of the raid triumphs done for everything. Leviathan, you know, Eater of Worlds, whatever, you know, just across the bar or across the whole gamut of things. And when that went away, we already were lamenting that, like, because we weren't over them. Like, we were not tired of all those raids by the time they went away. And so I think we already were like, I hope this comes back like in a couple of seasons. And little did we know it'd be, you know, 6 years later. And it's been gone longer than it was in the game. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
My biggest frustration with my Destiny 2 career is that I missed so many raids and just never have a chance.
Layoff is what killed momentum in the final shape. Yeah, dude, they do just constantly. I was listening to another podcast that I enjoy. They were discussing excuse me, they were discussing the Xbox transition. I don't know if you saw that with Phil Spencer retiring, the head of Xbox, and then his heir apparent Sarah Bond, she resigned as well. So like the person that they've been,
oh my god, I didn't process what was
the person that was supposed to take over. And so basically what people have taken from that is that he got rooted out and told like, hey, we're done with all this stuff you've been working on, like you're out. And then they brought in a woman by the name of Asha Sharma, who is an AI exec at Microsoft. Now we're not talking like generative AI, we're talking more of like the coding back end side of, I don't know, it's interesting hearing some of her background stuff, but regardless, it's not a gaming background, stuff like that. And so there's been a lot to be said about that. And I don't know, it just was the conversation around like, hey, Sony just laid off Bluepoint, or just like got rid of Bluepoint Games, which did the, you know, they've done like a lot of the good remakes, but they did the Dark Souls, or I'm sorry, Demon Souls remaster, remake and stuff. And they were talking about how like Xbox, like this was your week to actually have a good week, you know, from a press perspective compared to PlayStation for once. And they just let PlayStation off without a, you know, because they had their own negative thing. And so I say all that to say, I feel like Bungie does the exact same thing sometimes, man. Like they cannot chain W's. They do something fucking stupid every time, and it causes them to not, I don't know. They just can't get good sentiment.
It's really, really frustrating.
Yep. Zavoltu, what's up, man? How you doing, brother? I don't know where I'm supposed to be going.
I'm using Ruinous Effigy for the first time since Captain Catalyst. I'm having fun with these orbs.
Brother, where the fuck do I go? I'm like trying to get to you guys. I'm literally lost. Oh, down below. Okay, I was too high up, I guess. Aldo, thank you for resubscribing on Twitch, man. I saw that come through, but I was mid-yap sesh, so appreciate you, bro. We were just talking about you the other day, man, because someone else's thing came up and said that they had been subscribed for, oh, it was Radar. Radar, it said he had been subscribed for 9 months. I said, I think Aldo might be my oldest sub on the entire channel. Yeah, I don't think, especially with the fact that you can go back and play Wrath of the Machine, I just don't think we'll ever. And, I mean, you could say that about the other ones, but those were made with a much larger and focused team, with a much clearer vision on what the future was for all this. So, dude, the dunking animation.
Open the can of worms there.
Yeah.
With like bringing back content. that. Like, oh, if you can bring back this, what else can you bring?
And the problem is, it's not bringing back, right? It's completely remaking it. But they made it out to seem like it was. Like how they said it is, like, you know, the famous raid from, you know, Vault of Glass is back in Destiny 2. And it's like, yeah, it's technically back. But that doesn't mean that we didn't have to fully remake it from the floor up like they did, right? And so, it's just kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for this invader. He's chilling here somewhere.
I used to be so competitive about him, and I stopped caring. It feels inconsequential whatever the invader does. It's just a slight speed bump as I go by.
It would be cool if there was like if there was some sort of benefit for us to have to go search out for them, and if there was an actual like activity for them to do on our like on our map, other than just kill us, right? That would be kind of cool.
Rad.
Ooh, RoboGlop. I don't think Destiny Rising devs have given any indication that they would be up to the challenge. And I enjoy every time I play Destiny Rising, but that game is not good enough to. Oh, you're down there. How'd you get down there, buddy? How'd you die now?
Get out of here.
Aldo says, let's go, I love being someone's first.
Okay.
You always remember your first, brother. So this is, so I'm not talking as dirty as what Aldo said, but or what he sounded like he was suggesting. But do you guys ever have your wives or significant others, they'll just like start asking you questions about like past girlfriends or boyfriends or anything like that? Like, that is bait. Like 1000% bait. Never fall for it. Honestly, it's probably better if you just say, I don't even remember anyone before you, baby. Because the amount of time, what the fuck is this dude doing? I've never seen these like Cabal. This dude's just butt-ass naked here. No armor, frozen, dude.
Oh. All right, wait a minute.
I've never seen these before.
You've activated my programming. I need to see this.
Yeah, dude.
I'm on my way.
I want to get a picture with him.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm watching on your stream, actually. That is weird. I'm also glad I didn't make that one.
Yeah, I need to get a no HUD picture here. I also hate when it pops the thing up. I just turned the HUD off. Don't put the display thing up saying that I need to go back to the settings. I fucking know what I did. Destiny photography, we'll see this in just a moment. Screenshots. Honestly, I've been wanting them to leverage some of Sony's other studios, but the problem is, who are you pulling over for? You know what I mean? Like, who are you pulling off of whatever project they're doing? I know some devs that just got a lot of extra time there from Sony, maybe out of Austin, Texas.
Capable of pulling this Hydra. This is embarrassing.
What'd you say?
I'm sitting here chipping away at this Hydra for 15 minutes. Bat walks over and just two-shots him.
Get Square Enix. They'd have to buy Square Enix first, though. Gerard says, taking Krista, why you no want to drop? Okay, so Gerard, this is not, I'm not trying to make you sound dumb or anything. Are you actually doing full clears? Hell yeah. Bone Deep, that's awesome, man. Congrats. All right, I just wanted to make sure, Gerard, because there were some. I had someone, I had someone comment on my Taking Crystal YouTube short, and they're like, "Why can't I get this to drop?" Because my crystal dropped from the second encounter, and someone was like, "Why can't I get this to drop?" You know, I've tried the first and second encounter so many times. I was like, "Oh, sweet summer child." How do I put my shoulder or my hand on their shoulder? Like, how do I tell you? You have to complete the entire thing. They're like, "Oh, I've not beat the final boss yet." I'm like, okay, that's why you don't have it. So. PD said, "Just want to stop by and say thanks for the exotic quest guides. I would have never gotten them. They made me come back to Destiny after I watched a few of them. Been gone a little over a year." Hell yeah, man! Congrats, brother. What is your favorite weapon that you've come back to get? If you don't mind sharing. Ender, I think it would be someone who might not either have a team that they can run all the way through. Like maybe they're probably just resetting. Hey, there's a lot of different people with a lot of different experiences in the game.
First in particular is just free. Yeah,
first is free, and then second encounter, like if you get it down, second encounter can be PDA says, "Choir of one, a man of fantastic taste, my friend." That is awesome. Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear that. I don't know, like we've been talking tonight. We've been talking about the state of Destiny 2. We've been talking about where we're at with things. You know, sometimes it's hard to know how people are going to Choir of Matt Trax, get out of here, bro. You never know like how people are going to receive it, or if the work you're doing, right? I mean, you wouldn't even know this at any time with any game. Like, you never know for sure if your videos are going to land or your guides are going to help, stuff like that. But I'm glad that they've been helpful. Still can't get the exotic class item yet? I believe in you, brother. I believe in you. Oh, which one are you supposed to... Oh, it's over here.
He's unshielded now.
Okay.
Good chunk.
Robo says, "Sax, I feel like now is the time content can bring the game back. Everyone that succeeded in the past were the ones that kept the content coming during the droughts." I am 100% with you, and that's one of the reasons why I have continued to try to put out content, and keep it positive. Like, I want to keep it reflective of like who I am as a person. I think there's a lot of people who make negative content. Maybe they're negative people. I like to assume that they're just doing it because they need to pay their bills, and that's what gets more views. But hey, spoiler alert, guys. Anyone who's making content for Destiny 2, they're not doing it just for the money, because there's hardly any money in Destiny 2 videos. My best advice for you if you want to start a gaming channel is don't start it on Destiny 2. I'm just like terribly addicted to this game, and I have way too much knowledge in my head, and it makes me feel like the last 10 years of my life have not been wasted by actually having a reason to put this knowledge towards something. So oh, Dan, I'm with you. I saw that. My question about who they're gonna pull off isn't like what studio is talented enough. They have fantastic studios. It's who are they going to pull off of the fantastic work that they're already doing? Like, who do you look at? Like, what studio head do you look at and say, hey, that work that you're doing is not more worthy than the stuff that Bungie is doing that's been failing for years. So we're going to take you off of it, and we're going to make you go help them. Nicholas, you as well, man. I hope you do well, brother. Thank you, man. Revolt, I don't know if you heard this. I said this earlier, but we're going for I think our last ultrasound before she's born tomorrow. So in the morning.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it's really exciting. We had the baby shower yesterday. Were you in here? I was. This you'll actually have a good perspective on this. Is it Heather's baby shower or is it our baby shower?
I think it's Heather's.
Okay.
Like, there's some like motion on that, but like I don't know.
I'm neither here nor there. I don't care. I just have been saying Heather's baby shower, and so no one called me on it. It just was my own mental thing. Every time I said it, I'm like, I know it's both of our babies. But.
Yeah, I feel like the shower is like it's Heather's shower, not Heather's baby. When you're saying that,
that's fair.
You know, like
it's her party.
And for me personally, yeah, I don't know, like if you were even there. I guess I did the show up at the last like 15 minutes and thank everyone for coming and tell them how glad we are to have them around in the kid's life and yada yada yada, that sort of thing. But I definitely was not a participant in that party.
Yep. Yeah, I pulled up and went to the to help Heather open the gifts because there were just a lot of gifts.
I did the same actually, now that you mention it.
So
I carried the gifts. That was really what they wanted me to do.
Exactly. Radar, what's up, man? Robo, thank you very much, man. Trax says Santa Monica isn't going to work on D2 since God of War is a Sony cash cow and the God of War Greek trilogy remakes in development, but it would be awesome. Gerard, it is our first baby. Get ready to walk back to your game sitting in orbit for inactivity.
That's so true.
That's a very good point, brother.
That was the big reason I took a big League of Legends break. There's serious consequences for that, and I was glad to have Destiny that I could have less consequences for.
That's fair. Hey, tier 5 all or nothing. Nicholas, thanks, man. Appreciate you, bro. All right, let's go to the outpost real quick. What did he make you relapse on? I missed what the actual relapse was.
Well, I can spoil you. Then it's League of Legends.
Oh, spoil? Or League, yeah. That's funny.
We ran like 3 games the other day, I think.
That is something. I think I watched my brother-in-law play it like a couple of times. I was like, nope, not for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not for me. So there was a lot going on what felt like a little screen at the time, unless I'm misremembering what I was watching, but it felt like it was a lot on a little, and I was like, I cannot.
There's a lot. Yeah. And that's part of what pulls me in is I just can't stay away from something that I don't feel like I've like sussed out. And there's just so much of like, I don't know exactly how this game works even after how many years and however many games. So let's see. I might just chase that dragon forever.
That's funny. Yeah, Trax says I'm never playing League of Legends again ever. GT says, nah, League of Legends is ass.
Look, they're not wrong.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Yeah, Destiny fucking sucks. Like, did you guys not know? Destiny is like one of the worst games. I love it. It's like my favorite game to play. It's not my favorite game of all time. Elden Ring is my favorite game of all time. But Destiny is like my favorite game of like it's like a comfort game. I'll just load in, kill some things. It's comfortable, right? But like Destiny sucks. Manran says, any advice for how I could introduce a few friends to D2, not as a main game, but just enjoy gameplay with them? Oh man, I think that there's a lot there. I think that you would have to look at what their experience and what their vibe when it comes to actual like shooters goes from. Like, are they looking for a shooting experience, or are they looking for just kind of like a, hey, this is cool, I want to feel like a powerful superhero? Because that's realistically, like, there's been a lot of talk about that with Marathon coming out. Like, what is the difference between our characters in Marathon or our characters in Destiny? And Destiny's like, hey, you're a literal superhero. Like you're you can revive from the dead, you have superpowers, like all this stuff. And then Marathon is just not that. So if they're cool with that, and maybe they are, then I would say get them in, and I would just kind of start playing through. Like if you can, the best thing would be if you can get some of the campaigns, like the campaigns have good stories, like get them through some of that content and start early on. Like the Witch Queen is just a good story, and they're not really gonna know what they're doing, but I think that's okay. You can kind of get them in there, just introduce. I actually recently played through the new light campaign or the new light experience. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an optimist, but I don't think it's as bad as what people make it out to be. It answered a lot of questions, but there were a ton of things I was like, oh, I could make clarifying videos on this. So not everything's gonna be clear, but if you are down to hold their hand through the process, I think that's going to give them the best chance for success.
Menus and meta were my big speed bumps.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I'm saying that as someone that started like Final Shape. Like it was mostly modern Destiny, and I came back after playing like Red Release, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And my God, I was just permanently lost in the menus.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, Final Shape is a fantastic story as well. I have a sweet spot in my heart for the Witch Queen.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to steer away. I think Witch Queen is the right answer. It was just sort of giving context to the first time.
Sorry, I was answering RoboGuap. RoboGuap said Final Shape is best to get a bit of the subclass of all the subclasses, and I think that's a very valid point as well. I just think that here's what I would say. The best way to get people into Destiny that I've seen, and I did this with my cousin. So my cousin played D1 for a long time. Shout out to Dougie. He played a ton of D1. Actually, let me rewind the clock for you guys. So I was the first person in my hometown. I was the first person out of our Best Buy. It was the only place doing a midnight release. So I was literally the first person to have Destiny 2 in hand, or Destiny 1 in hand in my entire town. I got it. I was the first person in line, got it, left. And that was by just happenstance. I went with a buddy that I was working with. He was way more excited than I was. I just happened to like get in front of him, and he kind of like, passively was like, yeah, you go first, man. So I got that, went home, played the campaign, didn't understand, had never played a game with like an end game. And so when that happened, I was like, well, okay, I'm just gonna put this down. I literally didn't play video games for like 2 years. Came back, got an Xbox, came back, and my cousin who had started playing D1 with me, he was still playing at the time because he still had friends. He was still grinding, doing raids. He was in the class of Guardian back in the day where you were stuck, right? Like you were stuck and you had to get certain drops from the raid. So what he would do is he would play on his Titan. He would play all the way through the campaign. Everything that you had to do to play through the raid, he would just move his stuff into the vault and then pull it back out. And then he would try multiple times every week for the, like, if you want to say D2 terms, like whatever would have been the pinnacle chance he had, the pinnacle drop. And then he would turn around and delete his Titan again and again and again so he could keep running it.
Oh my God.
It was insane. Like you could just run the entire thing. However, he got away from the game. And when I brought him back, I was like, he started to show some interest. And I was like, okay, I have to show him the hits. And that is what I would say to anyone, because I got him back in. I actually got him to do some like day one raiding with me and some campaigns and lock in for about 1.5 years to playing. And the way that I did that was just like, hey, I'm taking him into what was my favorite content at the time because I was excited to play, so he was excited to play. And then I was just trying to teach him stuff. And you'll know you got him when they start playing without you being online. If they only play when you initiate it, you've not done enough and you need to continue to initiate. It's once you see that, oh, they're actually giving it a shot on their own, that's when you can start like taking the training wheels off, so to speak, if you want to do it. So that was a long way to say I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know how to get them in the game right now. But what I would say is, like, you could do what I did, which was play with them until they want to play by themselves. And then you kind of just let them go. Let them explore. Don't force them into a certain direction or whatever. Like, just let them explore what they need to. So, hopefully that was somewhat helpful. Probably wasn't, but... All right, I'm trying to... I made the goal. I'm like, okay, if I'm not going to get any of the RNG crystals, I'm at least going to try to complete this quest, the weekly quest, because I don't think I've ever completed it. This territorial prophet quest.
Actually, not sure I have either. Now that you mention it,
I don't think I've ever played and like focused in enough. I also had some abilities that I hadn't fully maxed out yet. Yeah, here is one, Piker Mortar. Ender, that's what were you not in here in stream last time? I already was publicly shamed for this. I'm not going to be shamed again. He said, really? That's the one thing to complete every week. I'm like, brother, I know. I fucked up, okay?
Oh yeah, look at that. You nearly completed this.
I need to see now through the Cabal. I thought I had picked up all of the Renegade abilities, like all the way, but
I maxed out everything.
I had like one tier of abilities at the end for all of them that I've not hit yet. So level 7 for both the Behemoth and the got from work 8 and promptly passed out. Honestly, sounds like a good day. Man, you are welcome, brother. I hope you were able to take some sort of helpful info from that. The real crux of the advice though is just like, you really just have to, like, if you can tell they're not having fun with something, just try to like break away from, like, you don't have to put them into any kind of box or boundaries with the game. There's nothing they have to do. It's like, I would just give them a list of options that they can do. Maybe even tell them, like, if you let's say, and you're like, hey, tonight we're gonna play, and you guys have a couple of campaigns. Maybe shoot them over a couple of the trailers, like for the Witch Queen or Lightfall or whatever. Like, even if you don't like Lightfall, I hate Lightfall, but like, if someone else said, oh, Strand looks cool, all right, buckle in. Like, we got to do the Lightfall campaign. We got to do all this stuff for it. And if you can get them to the point where they think it's interesting, I think you're in a good place. So, all right. You guys,
Lightfall was a terrible place to start for me when I came back, because I didn't know how ass the story was until I visited it with fresh eyes and context. And I just could have my little 80s party.
That's true. All right, let's do... Do you have any specific contract you need to do? I guess you're basically done with everything at this point, aren't you?
I'm basically done. I would complete... I mean, it's... I'll see if there's anything that makes sense. What do you got? You got Europa.
Yeah, Mars or Europa.
Anything. Bounty Hunter smoke.
Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. We have just no overlap. Tharsis. If you could do Tharsis for any of yours, that would be my move, I guess.
Yeah. Any advice for stuff we can run if they want to give it a chance free to play? Onslaught, maybe some strikes could be fun. Yeah, I mean, realistically, there's a lot of, like, there's quite a bit of content that is in the new light experience. And if you don't tell them that it's not much, they might not even know. And so I'm not saying you lie to them and tell them, like, oh my God, this is peak Destiny or anything like that. But what I'm saying is there's enough there in the free-to-play, like, new light experience that they're going to have to, you know, it's going to take them a little bit of time to actually break through that. Now, I don't know what skill level they are, right? Like, I don't know how good they are at shooters. I don't know how experienced they are, just like how good at video games they are in general. It may not take them very long, but I wouldn't skip any part of that. And then, like, if you're like, no, they're gamers, like, get them through that campaign, get them through some of the stuff with Ikora. Like, if they pick a Titan, like, get them Bonk Hammer and get them, you know, Solar Subclass, get them unlocked. Okay, so they do play shooters and stuff. So then, yeah, I would just make sure you get them enough of a kit and then take them. I mean, free to play, you can take them in the Whisper mission. Take them in blind there. Let them try to figure out an exotic mission, dude. With 40 minutes on the clock, that could be a really cool experience for them. There's some jumping in there. Hopefully they don't get too frustrated by it. If they do, maybe it's funny. I don't know. And if you need one, I know a guy who could get you a really good Whisper guide. I know a guy who worked really, really fucking hard on a Whisper guide recently. Annoyingly so.
Quick watch, too.
Real dull. Real dull. I'm kind of sick of being on Europa and not getting this damn crystal, dude. Yeah, Dado. Yeah, Dado Deadlock has a really good Whisper video. We just absolutely sauced those. those 3 Vex, bro. It's got absolutely shit on.
Where's my basketball? Need my emotional support basketball.
Yeah, sucks plays games. That guy has a great explaining voice. He has a face for radio, too. Yeah, you guys are sitting here all night fighting off the Sunday scaries by looking me dead in the eye, so must not be that bad.
That stupid orb is so funny.
Rebo, he said those 3 little Vex looked like they were off on their smoke break, and we just absolutely destroyed them, bro. Dan is back. Brother, every time, if you go away, I think you just fell asleep, because that would be the normal thing for people on your side of the world to do. They weren't even supposed to work today. They showed up to work and they get absolutely sauced on, bro. Like, instantaneously. What is the water cooler conversation like right before I hit him with a suspension grenade and a consecration?
Assume it's about gambling.
Probably is.
Basically all the lore I know about him.
I think that's the only conversations that happen next to water coolers anyways right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
In real life too, so.
Really opened the floodgates on that.
Yeah. Yeah, if Paul's coming over for the game tonight, he's coming over in parts because I've dismantled him. Okay. That dude got oh no, he fucking just dodged. Not the green stuff. Guess tomorrow is a very familiar face. Familiar voice to the channel. Say that. The closest thing to a recurring cast that I have. How about this? I'll give you this. World's most famous bed sheets. However, I might not be able to. I might not be able to see him tomorrow. The new setup. Yeah, honestly, man, I think they're just kind of out of context. Really wild statement. Yeah, I think they're just, I don't know. I think they're hoping things will kind of blow over and just be like, all right, well, we'll just get the... I do think the smartest move for them is to just let Marathon get out and be its thing. Even though I understand Destiny players don't like that.
And I think the frustrated Destiny players probably vastly are outnumbered by the Marathon players.
Yeah.
Like they probably did the math and arrived at a mathematically correct answer that frustrates me.
Yeah. The other truth of it too is like the amount of people who probably have eyes on Marathon that like this is a bit of what you're just saying, but like that care anything about Destiny is so small. Like, yeah. You know, it's like for them to not prioritize or do that, like, I mean, literally, guys, the conversation we're having all the time is like, we're worried about the game because there's no one playing the game yet. Okay, well, why would they put the most of their marbles into that basket or whatever the fuck you want to call it? Oh, yeah. Like, they're not gonna prioritize something when they know damn well that the you know, that's not the priority from the player base at this point. Yeah, I think that's a very, very base take. There's literally zero reason that a disgruntled Destiny player should not try the free-to-play weekend.
Yep.
Oh my god. Hydra's vibe. Yeah, D2 has certainly been declining for a long time. I love D2. I'm choosing to play it and vibe with you guys. Oh, bye. Bye, Hydra. There you go. Yeah,
it's no game that plays is good.
That's true.
In my opinion.
It's very true. And let's be honest, even if Bungie said in their heart of hearts that they wanted to focus more on Destiny, which they wouldn't, like they put so much money into Marathon, but even if they did say that, guess what? Final say isn't with them. It's with Sony. Honestly, Sony needs Marathon to win maybe more than Bungie. I mean, they own Bungie. Obviously, they're going to benefit from it. Like, if Bungie looks good, Sony looks good. But the truth of the matter is, like, Sony's been in a terrible place with their, you know, their live service initiative that they did years ago at this point. They need a fucking live service game to win. Because if Marathon doesn't, Sony even looks worse than they already have, so. Dude, the gunplay is fucking visceral. It looks so good. Honestly, guys, if you have not... Oh, slam this shit. I did not mean to grab that. Yeah, if you guys have not watched the video... actually, you know what? I might watch a little bit of it after this run here. I want to...
Hell yeah.
I want to check out the Operator Drewski video with you guys. Because I want to talk about some of the things why I'm feeling like so inspired to play it. And do that as well. So.
I've been killed by Operator Drewski.
Have you really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Him and Dr. Lupo are the two streamers that have killed me.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah.
Hola! How you doing, Fabian? Soy de Argentina. Hell yeah, brother. Welcome in. What is it? Bienvenidos? Is that welcome? Maybe not.
Yep.
I figured I was like, I think Revolt knows this.
Yeah.
That as well.
I've been adjacent to Spanish for 15 years.
I am Spanish adjacent. Oh, right. Yeah, that same experience that you said, like telling your wife all about Marathon and stuff. I have been doing that exact same thing with Heather. However, Heather watched. So Heather, the first experience Heather had with Marathon at all was my collector's edition from Bungie, which, guys, I have not even unlocked yet. Oh, it's also while we're getting our first invasion right now. Right here over my left shoulder, I need to still make a video. I might not make a video, but I'll probably make a post about it. You'll see it on Twitter and stuff if you follow me over there, which you should, by the way. I am trying to grow some of the other platforms. So if you guys use Instagram, Twitter, stuff of that sort, I know Twitter's a fucking cesspool, but if you come follow, I promise I won't play into it too bad. How about that?
It's got the same problem as Destiny. There's just no other competitor. You can go to Blue Sky, but that's like going to Borderlands.
Oh, that is very true, honestly. That's very sad, but very true. But yeah, the first time that she saw anything about Marathon was when Burnt Peanut was playing it. And
oh no.
I mean, she thinks he's funny. So like, you know, when she's doing the you know, when she was watching him, she was like, what is this game? And you know, I was telling her and we were just talking about it. Cause like I said, she had seen the statue get there. She's like, yeah, that's cool, but that's cool, babe. Like, great. And then she's been playing Destiny with me, obviously. And so she's like, you know what? You know, I don't know. Just as I've been talking more and more about it, you can tell when your wife sits up for a conversation a little, you know, a little more. Like the amount of times when she's looking at her phone while I'm telling her something, she's like, oh, you know, whatever. But I was like, oh, okay. She's actually starting to care about this. And then the other day she was like, so are we going to play Marathon again? I'm like, fuck yes.
Ooh.
Yes. Absolutely we are. Yeah, what's up, man? Is Heather a gamer in general? She is much more of a gamer than I would give her credit to her face value. Heather can lock in on some fucking raid mechanics, boy. I'll tell you what.
He's going to be bloodthirsty in Marathon.
You know, I don't know.
All I know
what
about
kind
is that
she'll
she was shatter
play.
skating or shatter diving.
That's true. I think that it's one of those things. I don't know. It's one of those things that's kind of interesting where like she loves the feeling of besting someone. So one of her top memories of all time, and it's so silly because we used to do like clan PvP, like just private match nights, and that was back in that time. Spartan, who obviously we've played with a lot, he has a friend that I met. How I met Spartan was him and a guy named Captain Hook, which I don't know if you've ever played with Captain before.
I have not.
We met them through a random, it was before Fireteam Finder was in the game, but it was when King's Fall came back to D2. I did not have a raid team. I had something going on that night. And I ended up posting in like the open D2 LFG, said, hey guys, I'm just looking for a team that wants to mess around with King's Fall in contest, not expecting to clear. Like I just put that in the thing. And we actually cleared first encounter on contest mode, which was cool.
Oh,
and Spartan and Captain were in there. They were the only, you know, it was me, my buddy Luke, and then Spartan and Captain, and then 2 other guys. The other guys, we dumped them as fast as we could, just because they, it's not that they were bad at the game or anything. They just kind of were like assholes. But Spartan and Captain, it was very clear that they were chill. So I said, hey, I have a full clan run that we're doing tomorrow night, or tomorrow day. But if you guys want to come back and try to clear tomorrow night, let's do that. And that's how I got connected with them. So kind of
Very cool.
Stressed the friendship originally through the contest mode experience and did that. But anyways, Captain hanging out for a while. Captain's a little more serious than Spartan is about stuff like, just like, he's a good guy, but like he doesn't cut up as much. And we were playing private matches and stuff, and he kind of could get a little sweaty. And one time Heather hid in a corner and shotgun meleeed him, and just like, he had no idea she was there. She kind of was camping, and like, she just gave it to him. Was like, oh my god, I can't believe I fucking killed you, like that kind of stuff. And it just got so under his skin, bro. And so she would just bring it up all the time. You remember that one time I killed Captain? Like all that shit. And like, she was good enough to get kills. It's not like she's never getting a kill or anything like that. It just was who it was, if that makes sense. And she knew it got under his skin. And I was like, dude, you gotta quit.
That is so
And she's like, he shouldn't have got shit on then. I was like, he did get shit on, but like, you also were kind of doing like scummy sit in the corner. She's like, it's part of the map, isn't it? I'm like, valid.
I bet you that'll work great in Marathon. Just saying.
Exactly. Oh man. I will say before the baby was in the picture, she would play on her own. She played all through Ghosts of Tsushima. She started Ghost of Tsushima, but she did not finish that. She kind of, what are we doing here? Got one retaliator?
There should be one more retaliator, and I've got no idea where it went. I just sort of assumed it was gonna like reveal itself. Maybe it's down low.
That's why I'm trying to look.
Call this thing? No.
Yeah, and when she plays a game, when she 100%s it too. So like literally 100% Breath of the Wild, 100% Ghosts, 100% Clair Obscure.
I got a... No. This thing's got to be somewhere completely cursed.
See, I thought I saw at one point. Yeah, I thought I saw like underneath the map there was a...
Yeah.
So I see.
That was what I had a moment about.
Mainran, this is the Antidate SMG. You are like the 14th person to ask me that. I need to make a video. I need to make a short about that. The SMG. Yeah, her
baby.
One of her favorite one of her favorite games of all time is actually Assassin's Creed Origins of all games. Odyssey was my favorite Assassin's Creed game. And I understand some people will say that's horrendous, like Assassin's Creed 2 and stuff. I just didn't play them back then. So when I started playing this new version of Assassin's Creed that they started there, that's kind of what I got. Dude, are we not gonna be able to finish this?
I'm real worried that we're soft locked here.
Yeah, this roll antidate right here is really, really good. Rewind, jolting feedback, or I also have rewind and target lock on it too. So.
Flip motion track here. I'm just seeing nothing.
We ran across the map. By the way, Sax, is it if I need to ask you a mod question, what kind of SMP am I using? Oh, abandoning exfil point. Oh, hold on. Is that just me?
Oh, really? Oh.
Because I'm way at a different.
Oh, wait. No, it just traveled into ejected. Interesting. What is that about?
Ship arrival will be canceled.
It just went back to what it was before from here.
I think it's doing those because I was so far away.
I think so.
Maybe we all need to move away from this area. I wonder.
You won't do that? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll run to the other side of the map.
At this point, if we're not gonna win,
Yeah,
that's fine. But let's at least play around. Is Bat out of that area too?
Yeah, looks like it. Yep, he is.
Yeah.
They're just giving us travel missed objective.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe we try to go back. I mean, I feel like we've hit every other zone there.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Good. Yeah, I don't have high hopes, but there it is.
Is it really?
It just spawned. It just spawned.
You know, I don't know. I don't know if it had anything to do with that, but I went underneath. I squeezed myself beneath the like landing there in between that and the snow.
Could be that. I was throwing my seismic blast around, trying to see if I could just upset it anywhere too. I don't know.
Yeah. It seems like it was.
I think the answer is probably it was tucked in some weird geometry.
Yeah, I agree.
We got it dislodged.
Usually when you get something stuck in weird geometry, you got to go to the hospital for that. So I'm glad we were able to get it out on our own.
I can't believe that worked out.
It's awesome.
Oh, really?
Get us the fuck out of here. All right. Let's see if we can get this.
Oh, yeah.
I still can't believe I don't have any of these RNG crystals. Like, I've not ran as much as, like, some people, but I've ran a lot of Lawless Frontier stuff. Nope. Nope.
Damn.
Ripskis. All right. Let's do this here. Let's see where this quest left off. Alpha Male 1836. Thank you for following the channel, brother. Let's do. Yeah, the red crystal took me like 34 attempts, I think. But it wasn't crazy. All right, guys, here's what I want to do. I want to, real quick, I want to look at this footage here. So let me stop this recording. I'm going to let that finish. I want to watch this here. And dude, 255,000 views on this video is insane. All right, let me make sure I get all this correct, get this squared away, and then we will all right, kill this here. All right, guys. So I am 30 minutes into this, and I've actually wanted to watch the entire thing and do this. So, Revolt, you are more than welcome to live commentate on this if you want to, but if not, it could be boring for you as well. So whatever you want to do, but I'm happy to keep you in the mix here.
It's cool. Fresh to me.
All right, sick.
Howdy gamers, in today's video I got invited to take an early look at a game called Marathon made by Bungie. They had me sign a top secret NDA and sponsor me to fly to their studio to record an exclusive playtest with the highest quality microphones a man could wish for.
Oh, there's a lot in there. That's a skip. I wouldn't even approach from that angle.
I also got to see a life-sized Halo 3 sniper rifle, and there was also a life-sized Destiny Sparrow. The sign said, "Do not sit." I waited for the guard to look away and immediately committed Grand Theft Auto. If you're new to Marathon, it is a sci-fi extraction shooter from Bungie where players enter a hostile abandoned colony as cybernetic mercenaries called Runners, scavenging valuable loot while fighting other players and AI forces. You will choose specialized characters with unique abilities. You drop into high-risk matches to grab gear and complete objectives and quests. Then you try to extract them alive. It's the usual formula with Bungie.
I really like what they're doing with scopes.
Did you say that is Destroyer speaking to you? or was it something else? I couldn't remember.
Yeah. Oh, big time.
Yeah, dude.
It's destroy.
Just
Okay.
watching,
I
just
forget what's
watching
going on. Oh, I
him.
gotta mute the chat. That's what's going on.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, watching him like move through here with his shield is so satisfying, dude.
And we are sponsored
Yeah.
by Bungie for this episode.
I'm really
And that
excited. I think it'll be
actually
great to
surprised me
create some
because
space
I
for
love
a
playing
team.
in the
Any
alpha that they
players
had
that are a little
early
less
on.
confident, I can be the bait.
Yep.
Really impossible. Why is there no VoIP?
So for them to invite me back to their studio and show me their game again and ask me to show new gameplay to you, that said to me that they're confident.
Yeah, the aesthetic, the boxy look on the guns, is, as Man just put it, is actually a really interesting way to put it. It's
We should be okay.
Okay, you want to just keep moving through?
Yeah.
This is Marathon now. Solo queues? Yep, it's a thing. Time to kill? It's shorter.
so no duos. It is what it seems like from that statement he just said. Like there's solos and trios, which is interesting.
Less spread.
On the one on the left. Broke.
Hitting the one on the right.
It's interesting. It's probably fine.
Got another one down.
And yes,
How is Tarkov?
and VoIP. The tone from the
There's no matchmaking, and you can go with parties of up to 6.
Oh, Jesus.
And I was a solo player, yeah. But the thing about Tarkov is there's no reses, and you can one tap people as long as you've got the right ammo.
I see.
So you end up just being like real sneaky, and it's a question of, do you want to go in like a platoon, or do you want to be like a stealth special
I
forces
see.
operator type beat?
Bro, it has the sauce. You can just tell that the guns have the sauce. Some first-person games where I don't
It's
feel
so
that way.
tremendous.
Wait, Texas.
Drop on top of us.
Oh boy. Yeah. I got enemies on me.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting torn up. I'm coming back. Just sneaking.
God, those edits are incredible.
They are.
To the right as well.
I think a lot of people ask, they're like, why do game companies, why do they pay for sponsored videos, right? Because there is a risk associated to it, right? Like there's a risk associated to the fact that like a player could just not like the game, right? And you have that and you're paying for that. Like I'm assuming that there's a level of, now you're not necessarily going to completely like shit on the player. I heard, actually it was Tim the Tapman, he was watching Burnt Peanuts sponsored stream after, like he was watching a recap of it, and it was basically Peanuts like closing statements when he was talking about, like, he asked, I remember him asking Joe Ziegler, like, can we play another one? Like, can we go? And Joe's like, hey, I actually have like some meetings. And I think that was more Joe's way of saying like, hey, there are people at Bungie who are like producing this that like their day's over, you know, stuff like this. Cause it was late. It was after the thing. And I think he was just being a good dude and like making sure that they didn't go too crazy. But like Peanut wanted to continue playing. And that was a huge thing to me because Tim made a point. He said, when you do these statements, he said, and Tim always makes it about McDonald's or like some sort of food related thing, right? And so he said, it'd be like if McDonald's sponsored something for me to try it on stream. And he's like, I'm not going to say in the moment that I don't like it, but like, if you guys see that I never have it again or I never talk about it again, you're going to know. Whereas Peanut like immediately was like, no, I want to keep playing. I would like to do this. Like, you guys might think it's an ad because of that. It's very interesting. Trax says, I don't like the look of the weapons. Yeah, right.
Sorry.
It's okay. I wanted to call about he says, don't like the look of the weapons. Too blocky. He said he knows he's in the minority though. I do think you're in the minority, brother. I think when you get them in hand though, I think they're going to be cool. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
It's darker. It's deeper.
Oh, just like everyone, I feel like this game seems like everyone that touches it is being converted, and it's, you know, like it's not only the sponsored content, but it's also everyone that I've known that have done the later betas. It's like,
Yep.
It just feels like it's pulling in people that may not have been interested in this genre to begin with.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's colorful, like Manran just said, but it's dirtier than it was. Like it used to be super like oversaturated. Like obviously all of the neon green of Marathon is oversaturated. Like that's on purpose, right? But now it's dirty. This actually, I'm going to go back because I want you guys to hear this point because it's literally the point that Drewski's making at this point.
It's still there and is still something I'm getting fully used to, but now positively dirtier, with places getting a noticeable but subtle uplift of wear and environmental damage. And then there's the sound in the game. You go from to claustrophobic interiors.
Dude, I just can't wait.
Gunfights, the gunshots, and equipment sounds reverberate off the walls. And
It's so pretty. I haven't seen these long
the loud
form
firefights.
explorations to the inside.
Dude, this looks visceral too. Like the hand-to-hand combat on the UESC seems like gnarly, dude.
yeah, that's enough yapping about it. Let's actually play it.
The shotguns too. Like there were a couple of times where there's at one point where there is a bubble shield that he goes inside of, and this person's kind of like just held up in there, I think trying to heal up. Inside the bubble shield, he takes one step inside and one taps him to the head with the shotgun, and it just completely knocks him. Oh, it's so satisfying, dude. So here, guys, I'm gonna go clean screen for a second. I want you guys to see the UI here. So you can kind of see what's going on. So abilities down in the bottom, we have a base ability on the F. There's a secondary ability. I don't know the names of these yet. So remember, I've not actually played Marathon. I've not been hands-on with it. But here are some of the things that I'm seeing. Got round timer in the top left corner. We have obviously our compass here. I love the number system. I know that that's something that's a very that's just like a normal gaming thing. But these are all upgrades that I'm talking about when it comes to the difference between a game like Marathon and Destiny. We have a ping system in Marathon. I have been desperate for a ping system inside of Destiny for so freaking long. And we don't have that, but we do have that here. You can use the numeric callouts. You can use the directional callouts. So that's stuff we don't have in Destiny. Think about how nice that would be if I could just call out and be like, hey, go. Like we wouldn't have to have these conversations on like north, south, east, west, top, bottom, left, right, whatever. We could just say the directions if we had that in Destiny. It's a little thing, but it's not like inconsequential, right? You can see, the different types of weapons at the bottom. It is going to take us some time to figure out what these weapons are, just by the models and shapes, but I'm excited by that challenge. So, does anything stand out to you UI wise, like just on this screen here? That was an open question.
I think generally they've done a really good job. Yeah. Generally they've done a really good job. Making it feel like approachable. And I think they've done a really good job on that. I think there's been sort of a really tough balance that you have to walk on an extraction shooter between making it have stakes while also making it not feel like a job to figure out how to get there. So I think it looks familiar. Like when you're looking at this, you're like, oh, this looks like Apex. This looks like Call of Duty. It looks a fair bit like Destiny, of course. And I think they've done a really good job making it easy to understand while also being very, very in its style with the fonts and everything. Like it does feel alien and foreboding in a way that I think they've done a great job with. And that ping system that you mentioned is just going to be a huge deal. I think one of the biggest issues, and you see it in Destiny, and it was also obviously an issue in Tarkov, is just like callouts are really, really hard, and pings will shortcut that and just give people one less thing that they have to figure out how to do.
For sure.
And just get people in the door. And once people understand what's cooking here, they'll love it, I think. I hope.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Like, I don't actually know what is and isn't included in the free-to-play weekend. Like, I know that I don't think you're going to be able to play as Thief in the free-to-play weekend, which I think is a little disappointing. But it'll be interesting to see what they do and don't include in that free-to-play portion. I think you get 2 maps. So there's 2 different maps, and then there are a couple of different ones. So I'm going to bring the sound back here. Let's watch a little bit of their gameplay here as they work as a team. So
Oh.
Down the hall left. One more.
Coming right.
I thought that guy was only running one gun, but he was actually running. He had. It looked like he had two
Nice, good job.
in
I got
his.
one more on the right here
Yeah,
somewhere.
2 weapons and his knife, but they shrink down the UI when you're like mid combat, which is interesting.
Should be clear here.
Okay.
There's some gas in that
Interesting.
room. I don't want to go there because I feel like I'm gonna get hurt. I'll link back to you guys.
See, he's getting his aesthetic footage
Love
there
how
with
slow
no
the movement is.
HUD.
Which
I
dad?
hear movement, like a. I hear stuff going on northwest. I'm jumping up to the roof to check really quick.
Coming up, Drew.
Okay. Oh, AI. I'm not used to this mouse acceleration or mouse
Yeah, I know.
movement. Oh yeah, that is something to test whenever we get into a fight. They had some aim assist with mouse and keyboard on the first alpha test. I don't know if that's still in. It was a bit odd going down a ladder right here on me. Ooh, it's dark.
I can keep an eye out.
Okay, I'm gonna loot around a little bit.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Okay, so let's look here. Guys, this is what the looting screen looks like if you guys have not seen this before. So this is the breakdown. So you can see your loadout value at the top left here. I'm not actually sure. I don't know. Like, is that ever a consideration for you, Revolt? Like when you're going through and you're looking at the value, like do you care that much, or you just or is that just a visual indication of like, hey, this
Absolutely.
is how crappy it would be for you to lose everything right now?
No. One of the big things that comes up a lot in Tarkov, and it's going to be the same thing here, I'm sure, given that they're even calling that out, was value per slot. It looks like everything. I don't know. I guess that one might be a 2 spot, but you're going to be worried about. You've got a limited number of backpack slots, and almost, for sure, you're going to find more loot in the raid than you're going to be able to pull out. So making sure that you're optimizing the value that you can extract is going to be huge. If you don't need anything for a quest, if you're literally just worried about the cash value, that cash per slot is like the single most important thing
Okay.
for looting in Tarkov. I expect that's going to be consistent with Marathon.
Interesting.
But it's also sort of an optimization that probably like you're not going to worry about that your first week or two. Like you're just sort of getting in, getting out. It's sort of a step 2, down the line. You'll be worried about that.
I gotcha. Okay.
See if we can find a.
We're in the southwest corner of the map.
Is there an FOV slider? Do you know?
Yes, there is. I put it all
Okay,
the way
I'm
up.
gonna bump it up a little bit. Field of view, yep.
So he was at 90. You can go from 90 to 105 on
Yeah,
that
all
field
the way
of
feels
view,
good.
which is good. I mean, I assume that at this point, but
Yeah, that feels better.
Yep.
We can push north to Holler.
okay. So that was the first look at the map that I've seen, like the actual formal map. Let's see. This is for perimeter. So we have north relay at the top, station, top right. We have Holler, which is straight west. Southwest, we have overflow. And then finally, southeast, we have relay. They're kind of set up in this star pattern across the way there. I can't see. Okay, so the exfils are loading. That's interesting. So is that something that's normal? Because I don't think in Arc Raiders, like, aren't the exfil points in Arc, like, I think they're always on the map, like from the jump.
I think from the jump. Yeah, I think so. This is sort of an interesting take. So yeah, Arc, they're from the jump, and I believe they just close down over time.
Okay.
They don't open up partway through. In Tarkov, you have your list of available exfils, but a lot of them don't open up until a certain amount through, and then also, or I guess require certain exfil conditions. It's not.
Okay.
Yeah. So this sort of, yes, you'll find out is new to me.
Interesting. Yeah. So like
from either of the existing games I played.
Yeah, finding out like where the exfils are, because I think that they're static in Arc, but you're right. Like over time, like as you stay more in the fight, or you stay in the raid longer and longer, it's going to shrink down. I was explaining it to Heather as it's kind of like the Fortnite effect of the storm closing. Like you're not going to die naturally because you're on like the outer rims of it, but if everything's moving to the center, the longer you stay in a raid in Arc Raiders or a run for Marathon, like you're upping the ante in and of itself, like on yourself. So let's keep going here.
Yeah, let's get moving.
Do you want to move out now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Moving.
And my experience with Tarkov has sort of been that it's a U shape for risk,
Spawning behind us.
where early
Okay.
on everyone's going to be blitzing that exfil, and then most of the people get out. But then come the last 5 minutes, then you have to get out or you'll lose.
Yeah.
Doing drone?
So then there's another spike right at the end.
So in Tarkov, let me ask you this. So when you are, I can see myself playing this game multiple ways, going in and just trying to like loot as much stuff as possible, take it out, and being as Peanut likes to put it, gooped up as much as you can before you leave, right? But then there's the questing aspect of it. Now, Arc for me right now, and if you guys haven't played Arc, like I played it a lot in the first couple of weeks. A lot for me is like double-digit hours because I usually am just playing Destiny, like if I'm playing video games. So playing another game for double-digit hours for me is a lot. I played it early, but like Revolt, you and I played together Arc, and we, it was very aggressive at the time. It was fun, but it was more aggressive. Like on site, you're seeing other players like we're fighting. Whereas now that I've gone back to it a couple of months after its release, I have not gotten into one single fight like with another player. And I played with Nick for a couple hours the other night, so it's not just solo, like duos as well. It is basically a PvE extraction shooter game. And it's fun. Like I had a good time, but like, so my questing, I don't feel like I'm as pressed on the questing side of things. Meaning when I get on the map, I feel like I have time. I can, like, if I say, oh, I have 30 minutes left or whatever, I think you can load into a map anywhere between 30 and 18 minutes remaining. And so as long as I'm above that like 25-minute mark on loading in an Arc, like I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna go loot some stuff. I'm gonna get some XP from doing all that. But you're making it sound like that U shape in Tarkov, you start at the beginning and then, like you said, it drops off and then it ramps back up. What is the reason for it? So many quick exfils at the beginning of a game of Tarkov.
It's going to be questing and high value loot in particular.
Okay.
So presumably you're going to have like certain areas that are going to be the hot spots, and people are going to need to get there. Probably loot is going to be one that drives it most consistently, but also early on, I don't know what the quest structure looks like, and maybe we'll find out. With Tarkov, it's like just like a regular path. It's not randomized at all. So everyone, especially that like first week of the wipe, everyone's going to be doing that first like 20, 30 quests, and they're all going to have the same place to go. Some of them you can share, and very rarely people will collaborate on that. But a lot of them, it's just not worth the risk to have a loose end while you're trying to get your quest done. So you're just going to kill them right off the bat, so that way they don't get you later when you're not expecting it. So yeah, you're going to have that initial, like people are going to run to their quest. A lot of them require that you exfil after you've picked up a certain item.
Okay.
So
yeah,
you want
that
to make
was
sure
my
that
next
you just
question.
cash that out as soon as you can. Yeah,
I got you. That was my next question.
And then after that, things get quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the quest structure is inside a Marathon. There is some stuff in Arc right now that I've been doing where it's like, hey, I just want you to experience this quest. Like it's actually feels more like a story mission than any, if that makes sense. Whereas this,
interesting,
the thing you're saying feels more like a, hey, like it's still an extraction shooter game. Go and get the object and get out. There's some little random things in Arc where you're like trying to do community building. So I need to find a deflated soccer ball and a bicycle pump or whatever, and like tire pump, and try to bring those both back to a certain trader or vendor in the game. And I'm wondering if there's going to be like a mix of that, or if it's all going to be extraction based or whatever. So I'm assuming there's at least some extraction based in Marathon, but it would be interesting to see a blending there, if that makes sense.
I'm going to guess Arachne is going to offer something that you don't see at all in Arc based on what you've said, which is something that does exist in Tarkov, which is there's a bunch of Tarkov missions that are kill X players while using a certain gun or while wearing certain terrible armor. So certain things like that, your questing and your PvP are going to be aligned.
I see. Interesting.
And I think Arachne for sure is going to be all about that.
Yeah. That will be interesting. All right, let's watch a little more of this.
For you.
So this actually is where they start this triage here. Okay, so this character right here, Shotgun Philosopher 0001, and we have Dingo Bingo in here as well. It looks like Drew is on Dingo Bingo. No, he is Auxiliary Data 0002 is Drew's character. These names that Bungie gives them are very interesting. Anyways, the person playing triage here, what they're doing is they're using their ability to take their little drone buddy. Now, there's a bunch of names you could give it. However, I believe Scarrow has dubbed this buddy Squish. And so that's what they kind of call it, because he kind of squishes down into himself. But what this drone does is you can give them to your teammates. And then when you apply certain buffs or healing effects and different things to yourself as triage, which again is this bluish character on the left-hand side, when you use your abilities to heal yourself, it actually transmits those to your other characters in your party too, wherever they are. So it's really cool. You don't have to be next to each other. Heather has loved playing Fortnite in the past, and she always she has a joke where she calls out things and says that it's her court-appointed med mist. Like, she likes being the person who holds the med mist and sprays everyone. And so I could see her enjoying playing triage, giving everyone little drone buddies or little squishes, and then using her own heals and healing the people who are pushing more into combat. So it's kind of an interesting take here. So I want you guys to know, like, not all three of these characters, like, they're playing different characters, but triage is giving drones to all the different people. So
One for you.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh wait, I have one on me.
Is that
I
a
don't want
temporary thing? It's slowly healing my shield.
Yeah, it should heal you. And then I want to try this too.
Is it something to put on in combat or out of combat?
So
Will it stick
in
on me
combat.
forever?
Yeah, I think until it gets shot off. So this should give us a boost, Drew, to our agility and stuff.
Yep. Okay, watch out for ticks.
okay,
up
so
here.
the cardio, so they did basically the adrenaline shot from Arc Raiders, but allowing that to go across and increase the cardio of all the characters that in your party. That's actually pretty sick. I like that a lot. This is a cool environmental moment here. So check out these ticks that are about to drop out of these. They said they pinged a tick nest. Watch this here. This is cool.
Oh, yep, there they go. Left.
Recalling will remain
Cool.
stable for 20 minutes.
It also
I'm gonna scout up with the drone here.
slower.
Right, shots right, shots right. Was that your shot?
No.
So they just got they got a notice that they had a radar scan, or I'm sorry, their scanner is jammed, and they got a notice here, and they can hear that there's a team around. So one of the guys calls out that he's going to send his drone out to recon it.
No.
Here, I think you're going to show it here in just a moment.
They're behind us in the same ditch.
Throwing my spider
Oh
scanner.
my god, they're right here. They're right here. They're right here.
Doing my ult. They're right here, pushing close.
Okay, so he has now pinged all the threats, so you can see them.
One's down.
Got another one down. On me.
The other two are left. One's flanking left.
Interesting.
flanking
That looks like a scout rifle type thing.
I'm gonna get
Drew,
this guy.
I'm gonna heal us, Drew.
This guy's probably gonna self-heal down here. Sorry, buddy.
Hey, getting our heal here, Drew.
Yep. Oh, that's you, Will. Okay. Alright, yeah,
Dude, I love this editing so much. How he's cut back and forth between all the different things. It's so good.
This is a lot fancier than what he usually does.
Yeah. Is
Are
it?
we good to push left up to this guy northwest? He's
It,
still here.
it's
He's
like the
still in this
same
rock.
kind of energy,
Oh, he's down.
but
Okay, yep. Where's the
the
third?
cutting and
Yeah,
just
he worked
professionalism,
he worked
it's a
his
lot
ass off
fancier.
on this video, and I think it's
Might
going to
have been.
benefit him
We
greatly.
gotta watch those bodies. There's
No, it's three
unless
bodies.
that's-
Three bodies. Three
Is
bodies.
that three? Okay.
Something I saw related to this weather here that's pretty neat is I heard that if you're in the rain or in the water, your heat generates more slowly and dissipates more quickly. And I thought that was like really, really cool and kind of no reason, but also like interesting. Like, who would think that you could run faster in the rain?
Yeah, did you watch any of the Peanut footage when he was playing
No.
on the original map? They had heat rain, which was exactly what it sounds
Oh my
like.
God.
Basically just pouring storms of like fire rain pouring in, and you would get a big notice on the screen, and
Wild.
it will hurt you when you're outside. So if you're outside when it's coming down, you actually have to dip into the different room, like into the different buildings or under awnings the effect when you go under like awnings or anything of that sort, it's kind of that same effect when you're driving down the interstate and you go under an overpass, and you have that brief moment of respite where you're not getting pummeled by the rain, and then you get through on the other side and it hits again on the car. Like, it was super cool to be able to see that effect where you could see the like fire rain coming down on the right hand side, and then like under the awning there's nothing, right? And like him just that little bit of like, okay, do we push this and take some damage as we're going from point A to point B, or do we just wait? Because it's not consistent. It doesn't run the entire time. It kind of happens in waves throughout the round. So
Oh, that is really, really cool.
AI. Yeah, that was good. We just got tons of damage on him real fast. Like that grenade.
Yeah, grenade worked
Is,
really well.
is G grenade? Because I have a G as
grenade.
well.
G
Okay,
grenade. Yeah,
G grenade.
GT's excited for marathon armor in Destiny.
Which worked really well.
Inevitable,
Damn,
brother.
I don't know
Inevitable.
what that is.
Okay, so
Yeah,
this
I
is
threw my-
guys, this is what it looks like when you loot a downed enemy here. So you can kind of see there. It says abandoned gear, which is interesting here.
little drone as well, which I think stopped one of them from sprinting.
All right, so Will, come here. Now I want to see if I can put this drone on you.
Interesting.
So that appears to be Triage's Q ability. I don't know what those, I can't remember what those abilities are called in particular, but when you use the Q, it looks like F might be a more like a less consequential ability, and Q is your like a higher level functionality there. I'm not sure what they have on V.
Okay, sweet. So now all of us have drones. Oh man. Oh wait.
Dang. If I don't see something, I'm blaming my
parse
eyes
that
being
roll.
really dry right now. What are the allergens that are here in Washington? Eyes hurt.
I don't even know.
My eyes are a little dry, but I don't know.
Talking about the allergens in actual
not sure.
Washington. If our awareness seems low, we're in a loud room of multiple groups of gamers.
There are little drones all around us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, he took fall damage. So Thief has a dude, there's some really, really good Thief gameplay around like the 25-minute mark, I think it is. But Thief has that's what Dingo Bingo's on, has the grapple hook, and then has the ability to throw out a little butterfly drone. So it's different than Squish, which is on the screen right now. This little butterfly drone almost like unfolds like the new Samsung folding phones, like is literally what it looks like. And you throw it out. And what it can do is it can fly across the map, and it will find players. Like, you manually drive it, but you find players, and then you hit an ability or you hit some sort of key. I don't know if it's like left click or whatever it is, but you use like a whip that comes out of the drone, and it rips gear out of that player's stash, like their backpack, and it pulls it onto the ground. And so later on in the video, I'm not sure if we'll get to it tonight, but like later on in the video, they send out the butterfly drone. It goes out and he starts pulling the heels out of the person's backpack. This person was like kind of like toggle peeking out of a door onto this like high up patio area. And as they're toggle peeking, he keeps pulling the heels out, and so the person has to try to come out. And one of the guys had him lined up with a sniper at the perfect moment and took him out as he was trying to collect his heels back. It was crazy, dude.
Let's push this place.
That is so upsetting.
Right?
But it feels so bad. Oh my god.
Dude, these UESC too, like coming out just.
Nice.
Oh, I just got shot from the right.
Okay, I'm looking.
Oh, it's another AI. We're good.
Got it. I'm going in.
So this might seem dumb, but I heard that the UESC take more damage to the head. Just so you guys know, but like if you're like, man, that was tanky. That dude, he didn't hit like any headshots right there. That's why I didn't die in that full clip there. But yeah, if you hit headshots, I think it hits faster.
Inside must be very muffled.
Oh, there's a team.
That's another team inside. I'm going back out. I'm hurt.
Okay, so he threw the spider drone out there. I want to see if we can try to identify. It looks like it has pinged. It's hostile ping detected. And you can kind of see where they're at. You can't see them like physically through the walls, but you can at least see like their general vicinity.
Sure. You wanna come out here to the right or left? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. We're here.
I'm shielding and healing. One sec.
No,
They threw a frag.
no, don't, because I'm doing it for you.
Okay. Well, I can
Save
just.
your stuff.
I can. Oh, they're scanning. I think they just scanned me.
Back up.
Watch that door.
Take a look.
Signal jammed. I have a jammer as well. I'm gonna run it. Wait, shoot. What is it? Signal jammer. Yep.
Wait, give it to me. I'll put it on everybody. No, that's fine. That's fine.
I have another one.
I can't get up there. No.
Yeah, slowly regenerating health is a really nice
Yeah.
balance concession. I think one of the things that makes healing so impactful in Tarkov is how long it takes, but it also feels terrible. And this way, it sort of will keep you out of the fight, but it won't keep you locked in that animation that feels so bad.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think, knowing what you do about the abilities and their team makeup, do you think that this is actually something that will naturally occur? Or do you think that that's something that's happening because of the drones?
God.
You know what I mean?
I don't think I know enough to answer that intelligently. Yeah.
Because I didn't
That's a good
know
point, though.
I didn't know that Tarkov actually had a regenerating health thing. I don't think Arc Raiders does.
Oh, it doesn't. It's
okay.
No, it's like a very long animation. Some of I think the animations, like if you get like an
it
arm
does
blacked
not.
out,
I
which
gotcha.
I don't think Matt's here. It's 25 seconds of animation, I think, for that.
Really? Ugh.
I know there's.
Yeah, it's bad.
right here.
I thought you were saying that you regenerated some health over time.
Yeah, I guess
They're gonna know.
there are. Yeah, your closest thing would be like stims, which are probably like a 2.5, 3 second.
I see.
Inject, and then you'll slowly regenerate health.
To the right as well.
Go up top, second row.
Okay, so that triage throwing out more drones, trying to get the heals off so he can do. Now, I don't know if there's an order of operations thing that's going on, right? So, like, he may have played that poorly because he started healing himself first, and then he threw the drone out. I don't know if it's something where, like, you're actively being healed by your whatever buff or whatever item you just used. I don't know if then you could throw out a drone. That it seems like it wouldn't, in my opinion, but maybe it's something where it's just like a global, whatever you are affected by in this moment, then you're benefiting. I'm not sure.
I got one down.
Curious.
There's a bubble shield over here. There's a bubble shield on me over here. Oh, yep, I'm on one. Got him.
Damn, it's so visceral, dude.
I'm so sorry.
Walking runner.
Okay.
That right there, that whole sequence right there of him going in, being able to break that through the bubble shield, and then that animation stabbing and just completely deteriorating that enemy, that is what a delay will do for your game. The amount of polish that it will give. Like, look at the lighting on this. You can see these smooth materials behind triage here. Like, how they reflect and they just have, like, a different texture to everything. You can see the texture. You guys it might not be coming through on stream here, but there is, like, this really nice pebbled texture that's on this. I don't know if this is a trash can or if this is a workbench or something of this over here to the left.
It did a little bubble shield.
Yeah, you can kind of see it here. It's just like a really not like the gun itself has like such a good texture to it and how it's catching the light. Like, this is a, you know, people talk about the engine that Destiny's built on and stuff. Like, I actually don't know what they've built Marathon in, but whatever it is, like, this is a generational leap from where Destiny is. Destiny looks great. Destiny's a fantastic game. But they did like a half generational step up when they did their Beyond Light. Like, they set themselves up for it, and then with every expansion they've done that. This is a generational leap when it came to FPS games from Destiny. So, Jawab, what's up, man? Remy, how you doing? Excuse me. Remy, how you doing, brother? Hanging in there with us?
In here, but it just kind of.
Guys, real quick, just gotta take a quick break.
That's all three, right?
They do still use the bathroom.
I got one.
Yeah, I got one. Yep.
Will?
None.
None? Okay, that means one still.
He's here. He's right here.
Coming.
Oh, it's a different team. Coming. Oh, so there.
Dude, that thermal is sick too.
I'm ulting. Here, look for scan marks.
Echo post.
There you go. Moving left. Outside.
Oh, you're good, Jawad.
Let's
Thanks for hanging out,
follow
man.
them. Follow them outside. We're gonna track back to that door.
So for anyone just tuning in, we're checking out Operator. Is it Operator Drewski? Is that who it is? His name
Yep,
from Tarkov. He's a notable extraction shooter enjoyer. He was a hater of the original beta and the test the original alpha and the test in April. Really, really was not feeling this game. And this was a 40-minute deep dive. Honestly, it's kind of a love letter to the game. He has done a lot of work put into it. So I've only seen up to about the 30-minute mark. I've not seen his like final comments and things, but like this is one of the best. Like if Marathon succeeds, I think it will be hard to not call out this game of saying like, hey, this had a hugely positive effect on it. So maybe I'm being dramatic, but I don't think I am. Oh.
Nice. Something out that way. Far. I don't know what that ping is. There's birds disturbed over there. I'm watching it. If you want to loot him.
I can't get enough of those thermals.
It's so good, dude.
I'm gonna float back inside. Or where do we want to go?
I don't want to get up. Like if we can get up.
I don't know if we can get up in this place. I think there is a second floor, but I don't know if you can get on the roof. I guess that was the third. I think that was just you said separate two.
No, there were two.
Okay, where'd the other just
That was
disappear?
weird. I thought they were bots by how I was looking at them.
We can go up here.
Coming.
Something's out there.
Let me get drones back on you guys.
Thank you.
See, I want to see that ability, the drone ability that he just used, where he says, I want to get drones back on you guys. I want to know if you can stack those, right? Like if you could have two drones at once where you can hit multiple teammates at once, or if it's something where you use one and then it cools down and then you use another. I wasn't sure. I couldn't catch that there.
Do we see them? Oh, wait,
Worth trying in that weekend.
Oh, for
I
sure.
can't mark
Server
it through the window,
slam.
but something
Absolutely.
outside there.
There's just
That's
AI.
a drone. Two
That's an
drones.
ant, yeah.
Bunch of drones.
I hear something clambering over behind us. Where we came. In this floor. Right here.
Oh, that's a big boy.
Big guy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's on me.
Where'd he go?
Maybe players? Here?
I got him.
No. Did he just run away through here? Oh my gosh.
He's absolutely jump scared, and then he tries to melee the big boy.
Okay. That healing drone is super nice.
Yeah, that character's phenomenal.
I just
Someone's
used my
coming down
ult
this-
again. No.
Especially just being new.
Purple one, coming down the hall.
I punched him.
Nice.
I just realized I'm out of ammo for my one gun.
What type of ammo? Light?
Light.
Yeah,
Okay,
Jawad,
I've
this
got a
is
lot
this
here.
is marathon.
Dropping.
Thank you.
There's
Thank you.
80.
Perfect.
Cool.
Just use that sparingly now.
Is that more? Okay, no, that's a clip. Where we became again? I think.
Yeah, I hear that.
Also, I think that's an explosive barrel.
Oh.
Okay. Let's push north relay.
Dude, it looks good. Oh, it looks good. I wonder if there's do we know how many I want to know more about the actual world of Marathon, because some of the lighting stuff, I feel like you could very easily say, like, you know, how many suns they have or what the celestial bodies around, like all that affecting the lighting and the atmosphere. I cannot wait. Jawad, I think that Marathon at base is $40. However, there's a free to play or a free to try weekend starting this Thursday. So Thursday, February 26th, all the way through March 2nd. So if you want to play, you want to try it out, before you spend any money on it, make sure you play it then.
They've got a Scar. Or no, I don't know what gun that is. It's like one of those modernized AKs charging handles on this gun. I'm gonna shoot once, so I can watch it reload.
I'm giving us a speed boost here
Oh, I
to
can't
get
see
there.
Okay.
Alright, let's go.
There's little mines here. Careful on the right or on the left.
Oh, we're moving quick with this thing.
Yeah. Do we burn stamina usually, and then now we're not?
It burns
now we
lower.
are.
Or
Okay,
slower, sorry.
Gotcha.
I hear clambering inside.
Dude, some of these environments that they're like
UESE.
leapfrogging across and things like that are so
AI.
cool too.
These doors are open though. I don't know if they.
I really like
Two of
the
them.
variety of environments. I feel like the difference between like
Those guys are big.
the planet outside of a building and inside of a building are just three very different vibes.
It's true.
Hold on it now. Use them as an alarm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh, front. Right to left, right here. Front. Yeah. Let's flank around to the right and get right behind.
okay.
them.
So that right there, guys, that was the butterfly drone that I was talking about from Thief. Okay. So I'm trying to take it back little by little. Dude, it looks so cool.
To the right and get right behind them in their trail. Sounds like a scout, right? The small one. He ran to the other side of the building.
Somebody's down. He's dead. There's somebody in here with me.
I'm looking. I feel like I hear movement right here.
Yeah, that's where he is.
On the roof.
On the roofs.
Dude,
Get up there.
him being able to figure out that the guy was on the roof using that drone was so satisfying.
Coming your way.
Oh, I got him with the knife. Come on now.
Okay, where's the rest of the team? Am I scanning? Must just be AI over there. Nope. Player. To the right. Over here.
Broken.
Do my little scanner drone.
Come here, explain yourself. Explain yourself.
I just killed the commander, alright? They had some pretty decent stuff. I could drop it for you.
Did you see that? There was like a little thing. He popped up on the screen. I missed it the first time, but he popped up on the screen that the drone like finishes healing and runs out of like healing capabilities, and you can watch it fall out of the sky.
They had some pretty decent stuff.
It gets
I didn't even notice.
here, watch it. It gets the little X eyes on it. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, that's so cute.
It's interesting when you go frame by frame. You can it's almost like you can see the there's two drones on the screen at the same time.
Yes,
That's
dude.
funny, but it gets a little red X eyes and then it just falls out of the sky. You wouldn't be able to see it unless you go frame by frame like that, but that is funny.
Pretty decent stuff. I could drop it for you.
I don't know if I trust you. I don't even know.
So guys, if you're not aware, there is this character right here that this guy's playing. This is known as Rook. This is a character that you would go on and basically you go in. Yes, there is proximity chat. So guys, be cool if we come across each other on stream. This Rook is basically like a scav character. Like get on the map, maybe do your questing. You actually have the ability. I think the ultimate ability or just one of your abilities. I'm not sure. I've already said multiple times. I don't know which is which, but like you have an ability where you can blend in with the UESC, not to enemy players, like not to like other actual runners, but to the UESC themselves. So like you could go in, if you use that ability, you can move throughout them without like, I don't know, without consequence, I guess. They won't know you're there and you can kind of use that to your advantage.
Come here, explain yourself. Explain yourself.
Yeah, you can kind of see it kind of has a more of the appearance of the UESC here.
I just killed the commander, alright?
Grab that. It's
You grab that?
Yeah.
I see it? Oh, yeah, I got it.
So they were able to work together with the Rook, drop a self-revive for this character, and then basically through proximity chat, they're adding a fourth player into their team, which is really cool.
Oh, okay.
I'll be good to my word. I promise.
Reinforcements incoming.
Do not betray us. Ever. That'll be your last mistake, kiddo. You're gonna work for us.
I'll be curious to see if that becomes common with Rook players.
There's some people that say on site.
All right, let's go.
They're killing them, and then there's some people that are saying that they're gonna let Rooks live. So it's interesting to me.
Oh, yeah.
There's incentives for like Scavs and Tarkov to kill players or like the regular players.
Okay.
It seems like they're advertising that Rooks may want to collaborate to get more loot from the stronger shells.
If you, yeah, if you just say potatoes,
Don't think I hate that if people can
if we don't
convince them.
respond when you say potatoes, shoot us because it's not us.
So there are Jawad, there are 6 different runners, and then Rook would be considered the 7th. So let me see if I can name them here. I have Assassin, Thief, Triage, We have Locust, which I think is like the Guardian tank type. We have, who else do we have? I actually, there's the one that he stabbed earlier that has like the bubble shield that I do not recognize. I don't actually remember the name of that one. I know Rook as well. I believe there's 6 total, but I don't think they pop up on screen in this.
I'm gonna change my push dog real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is not much in here. Potato. Tomato.
Tomato. Mr.
Oh, I'm hacking a safe. I don't know if we have a
Safety deposit box.
contract. I'm sure we do. I just don't know where it is. Found some coin.
Had 378 credits in there.
Yeah. Let me check.
Let's go ahead and
I don't have a frame of reference for how much that actually is.
Ow. Frag grenade.
That hurt.
Felt like not a ton relative to the total backpack value.
Sorry.
That's true. That's true.
There's a loot drone over there. And to the west that just passed by us.
And I also didn't notice they take up an inventory slot or not.
They do. They do actually.
Yeah, to the west.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's saying this drone to the southwest. I don't think he means player one. He's meaning that thing. We can shoot it out of the sky, I'm pretty sure. It'll drop that box.
That grapple looks so fun.
It does. They definitely took the strand inspiration from it. I heard someone else talking about the grapple effect, and they're like, yeah, you don't even need a...
114.
It was a non-Destiny player's video, and they're like, yeah, you don't even need a grapple point to do this. You can just do it anywhere in midair. And I was like, yeah, you have never played strand grapple.
That's funny.
It was funny.
It's a inject. Oh my, that scared me.
Yeah.
It's burrowing through the door.
Especially when you look like a UESC, it's like, oh.
Yeah.
I got 2 lockbox keys, by
The way the Rook lights up every time they look at him.
Mm-hmm.
Lockbox.
Oh,
Yeah, so one team did extract.
I'm gonna shoot by accident. I just know it.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so he used one. Okay, that gave me my answer. So he used one, and it looks like it's a 20-second cooldown between that one and the next one. So it's not an instantaneous, like, you can use it across your whole team.
5 minutes remain.
Oh, we're supposed to go on
5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay. We can go to this right here.
There's only one left.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that stinks. That's the first time they showed the map since we looked at it earlier. There's only one exfil point now. I don't know how many there would be. It'd be interesting to also see, because I think some maps are going to vary in size. I wonder if there's a variation on how many players will be on the map at any given time. I don't know if they've confirmed that. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But it will be interesting to see how many exfil points there are.
Yep. I don't like the
It would be surprising to me if they didn't have variation.
Dude, he's got a smile on his face. What are you talking about?
Is that something in Tarkov though?
It's in Tarkov, yeah. There's variation in Tarkov, and it really it sets it distinguishes the map in a major way.
Okay.
The way they feel.
Oh god.
Yeah, big squad.
Ooh.
I guess that only works for players.
Okay, so did that just drop in? I think it just dropped in on them UESC. So like in Arc Raiders, like you can set to exfil, but you may or may not interact with the Arc in that moment. That just straight up dropped UESC forces on them, which is interesting because that's gonna require you to light up that area, drawing more attention to you no matter what. Whereas if you get lucky in Arc Raiders, you can kind of mask you'll still hear the exfil sound in Arc, but you're not necessarily having to do the gunfire associated with it too. Because I think sometimes players are like, oh, I'm going to go third party that team because they're already firing and they're focused on something else. They're using their ammo. They're going to have to reload. If I engage with them when I'm full health, full locked in, they don't even know I'm coming. There's something enticing to that. So I think it's interesting that they're dropping this on teams here, like upon exfil, and just saying, yep, you're about to, you want to get out of here. You're going to really have to work for it. Very interesting. Is it only PvP in Tarkov, or is there any kind of PvE threats?
There's PvE.
There
PvE
is
is a major threat. It's very similar to this, and the PvE is a significant threat in Tarkov. And I think it's got to be. It's really important for the way it, slows down the map. You can't just run wherever you want to go.
Okay.
And then also, obviously, the noise that's associated with any of this fighting, and like extra loot, like there's some value to it. There's a lot of decisions you have to make around them.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. I can't tell who's who in there. If our buddy's in there. Hey, the charging handle on this gun is a charging handle. That's cool. Oh, what just happened? Someone shot you! Someone shot him. GG's. Someone shot the guy at the very last second. Yeah, look, there's the person that sniped him.
There was literally a last team.
I wonder if they tried to help us?
I don't know.
But they were like, they probably thought it was an AI, so they just shot him.
Interesting. So guys, that is what it looks like to go in, loot in exfil. Now there was a lot of exploration there. It felt less like structured than what I kind of assume that it may feel like if you're going in for questing purposes, things of that sort. Like I never saw a big drop in this gameplay where it was like, holy shit, like I found this and this was like super high value, like we have to get out of it, out of here with this. That's something that I do see like with the blueprints and stuff inside of Arc Raiders. It'll be interesting. Now there is no safe pocket in this, and there is in Tarkov though, right?
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest like loot things they hold out in front of you. That's the reason to progress the quest is you can get bigger ones.
You can expand your safe pocket, folks.
You can spin that how you want to.
There you go. Yeah, however you want to. He said you could spin on it. Yeah, exfil safely if you want to keep anything inside of Marathon. Let me ask you one more question before we end this little portion here. I struggle with Arc Raiders. I've never played Tarkov before. I've barely even seen Tarkov, if that makes sense. Like it's just something that hasn't crossed paths with, or I've not crossed paths with a ton. One thing that I heard about Marathon that I applied to Arc Raiders recently was the concept of, hey, your weapons are not yours. You're just holding them for the next person, right? Like you're kind of holding on to them. And what is yours is your account progression, your quest progression, your stash, what you get out. But like the stuff you take in there, like honestly, turning off or maybe like flipping the switch on like having your in-game identity being tied to these items that you collect and loot. How does that resonate with you as someone who's played like way too much Tarkov and stuff? Like, is there any validity to that? Or are you like, nah, it still is really important, like whatever loot I come out with?
It's completely true. I think sort of there's a few ways that's true that you'll sort of experience over time. The first thing is obviously like go ahead and use your gear. I usually try like I'll hold my gear. I won't necessarily just spend it willy-nilly. But if I know that like one of the quests has me going into like a high violence area with a lot of players, well, hey, that's a really good time for me to like invest some additional resources into that. And it may work, it may not, but you just take what you can. As you start getting better, you'll like gain the confidence that you can get weapons when you need to. And it's not like you're just going to be like, oh no, I've got nothing and I'm going to go hit people with a crowbar. Like that's never going to happen. You'll just find routes that are safer that you'll take instead. And then I guess the other flip side of it is, when you are doing something that's a little more conservative with gear, you'll start to figure out the ways that like you can use your cheap gear to get a drop on somebody and have a high probability of taking their valuable gear. And you'll start sort of realizing the ways you can parlay like kind of trash into something a little less trash and trade up.
Got you.
And then I think the last piece of the gear puzzle that is going to be really, really exciting for people that I think people are always worried about losing their gear. But, oh my God, I have such specific memories of like dropping my first Chad in Tarkov and getting the loot. And like this dude had more on him than I ever seen in the game to that point. And I like my heart was beating out of my chest. I could barely think. I could barely breathe. And getting that to exfil, like I remember that to this day, and this is probably a decade past because of what a special moment that was.
Yeah.
And it's really, really cool. Like the dopamine spike of getting gear is to me a lot better. Like it's more impactful than the feeling of losing. And I say that as someone that like in real life gambling, I feel the exact opposite. Losing
Sure.
feels way worse than winning in gambling.
Yeah.
The looting for me, it feels so good to get that loot. So just go ahead and like risk whatever you got because easy come, easy go, and it's worth it to try and get more.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, man, thank you for hanging out with me through this. If you guys have not already watched this Operator Drewski video, please go watch it. Please go give it the view. Please go give it your likes and comments, any thoughts that you might have on it, because it's well worth it. And I think that this is something where he even says at the beginning of the video, he says that he said this was sponsored by Bungie, but I was surprised by it because I disliked the earlier playtest so much. And it was like a sign of confidence for it. So guys, I understand this game's not going to be for all Destiny players. I understand it's not going to be for everyone in the world. But I would urge you, give it a shot in this like 5-day play test that we have going on from the 26th to the 2nd. Get out there and give it a shot. At least see if it's for you before you put any money into it and give it a shot. Don't put a dime into it until you give it a full thing. But if you don't play, and then down the line, you're like, man, I wish I could have got a chance to try this. You can't say at that point that they didn't try to give you an option. So, yeah, that's the last thing I got on Marathon right now. So I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to hop into it, and we'll do that soon enough. So once again, Revolt, thank you very much, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Hey, great hanging out.
Yep.
I will talk to you later.
See you, man. All right. LeBron Y says, how do I get more? What'd you say? How do I get better guns as a free-to-play player? Really, realistically, right now, the best guns that you're going to get as a free-to-play player are going to come from the portal. And so when you're on this screen right here, we talked about this a little earlier. The best things you can do is you're going to go into these portal tabs here at the bottom. You want to choose whichever ones have the most green icons on them. And to be able to do that. Revolt, thank you very much, man. Have a good night. Do these get your power up? LeBron, get your power up to 450. If you can get up to 450, then you're going to start seeing these weapons will drop with 5 tiers on them. Tier 5 gear. That means everything is maxed out. And so do that. But the best way for you to do that as a free-to-play player is you're going to have to go through the portal. Click open portal. Play these activities. You can go through the fire team ops. You can play any of these that have the 3 engrams. If you don't see 3, then do 2, whatever. And then once you do all of those, you're going to have to continue to play to get more of those. So, but guys, I think I'm going to actually call it there. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Thank you for the vibrant discussion throughout the entire night. We talked about everything you need to know. Just kind of decompressing with the delay. Remember, podcast recording tomorrow. We're going to have that out sometime in the middle of this week. And then we will, we're playing Marathon. We're playing on Thursday. So if you guys are interested, make sure you're in the Discord. We're going to be getting teams together in the Discord. Discord.gg/SaxPlaysGames. I'll drop that for you right now. You guys can join Discord.gg/SaxPlaysGames. Click that link. Join our Discord. There is a new segment. So if you're already in the Discord and you're like, hey, I'm interested in Marathon, I want to find people to play with, make sure you scroll to the top of the Discord, go all the way up there, and then check the box that says you're interested in Marathon. You'll get the runner tag and you'll be able to do that. So guys, thank you very much for hanging out tonight. Until next time, be blessed, y'all. Talk to you later. Peace.